Not even going to tell you which parish they're from. Because when they speak, they're going to speak about persons, and those identification must remain confidential. So even if they're from Portland, they're not going to say, I'm the child diversion officer from Portland or from St. Thomas, because then people will get an idea of who is the person who they, who they were supervising. And they're going to speak in anecdotal terms to ensure the confidentiality of the persons who have been on the program. Before we begin, however, I just want to welcome three ladies sitting in the gallery from the University of the UCC, and they're doing a practicum with the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. They're pursuing degrees in criminology and criminal justice. Ms. Wade, Ms. Thaxter, and Ms. Stewart. I hope you enjoy the meeting. And before we begin, I'm going to ask Julia Wigan-Moncrief, who is my principal director of the policy director of the Ministry of Justice, to introduce the team from the Ministry of Justice who are here. And you could just give their position at the Ministry of Justice, and then you will then make your presentation. Oh, by the way, I should have asked members to, we are going to do the minutes, and we get these joint select committee where we put off the minutes repeatedly. I'm not going to take it now because I suspect you only got it. But in future, I'm going to ask Mr. Nash to try and get it to us a couple of days before. Oh, it was sent out Friday. Well, the truth of the matter, I must admit I didn't see it. But we won't take it now. If persons would like to take it towards the end of the meeting, we can. But feeling that we would take that minutes and this minute on Thursday, if you don't mind. But you won't be ready for Thursday, for today's minutes. Depends. Okay, we'll see how we do. But certainly on Thursday morning, we'll take these minutes on Thursday morning. Okay, Julia.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the Joint Select Committee. Good afternoon. I'm on behalf of the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. We're pretty excited that we have finally gotten the opportunity to present the Child Diversion Act and the need for its revision before this Joint Select Committee. So thank you for accommodating us. Let me introduce, I'm Julia Moncrief Wigan, Director for Public Law, Restorative and Preventative Justice. On my left, and she will raise her hand, Mrs. Sandy Lou Cole-Jarrett. She's our Senior Policy Analyst. Further, the Director for Child Diversion, Ms. Vanessa Clark. Ms. Tiffany Case, the Parish Child Diversion Officer. Then we have Mr. Levi Rodney, the Parish Child Diversion Officer. We have next Miss Julia Wedderburn, another Julia in the house, and she's the Senior Legal Education Officer at the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. Next to her is Mrs. Dan Watson, Executive Director, Legal Aid Council. Beside her, we have Miss Jamie Chavans. She is a Principal Director for Social Justice with responsibility for the Child Diversion branch. Next. Behind her, we have Miss Nicole Wright, Senior Assistant Director, Legal Reform. Next to her, Miss Tasreen Roden, Assistant Director. And I have to be getting the notes. The representatives from the Human Rights Division of the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs. We have Ms. Avreen Bernard, Human Rights Officer, Rachel Lee, Human Rights Officer. Next, we have in the pink jacket at the back, our Assistant Crown Counsel, Ms. Renee McIndoe, and beside her, a seasoned representative in the House, Ms. Samantha Eaton, from the Chief Parliamentary Counsel's office. She's a Deputy Chief Parliamentary Counsel. And I don't want to forget as well the representatives from the Attorney General's chambers, please raise your hand, Miss Ashley Marie Auld, Crown Counsel, Carissa Misado, Deputy Solicitor General. I'm missing someone. Forgive me, I did not get that name.
Go ahead, Annie.
I am Ashla Zemenez. I'm the Legislative Counsel here at the Houses of Parliament.
Oh, okay then. So thank you very much. And as the chairman indicate, may I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay. So good afternoon.
While you're proceeding, you remember identifying the particular page.
Yes.
And members can always interrupt at any time if you just put on your mic, okay?
So today we're looking at the submission to the Joint Select Committee of Parliament for the review of the Child Diversion Act of 2018. Recognize that this act was promulgated in 2018 and subsequently the establishment of the Child Diversion Program took effect in March 2020. Both initiatives, that's the act and the program, the actualization of the program, will have demonstrated notable successes evidenced by the number of cases diverted and the enhanced support provided for the children.
You told persons that you're doing a PowerPoint?
Yes. I had notified Mr. Nash. Forgive me. We're making a PowerPoint, a summary presentation of the detailed submission that you have before you. And each item that we raise, we will reference the page so that you can have better understanding at your pleasure. So looking at a brief statistic, earlier we would have introduced a team from the Child Diversion Program, the director and 2 parish officers. They're going to give us a practical experience on the operation of the program. But looking at the statistics from March 2020 when it became operational, so notwithstanding that we had the act in 2018, we actually started to implement everything in March 2020. And from March 2020 to January 2026, approximately 2,810 cases were referred for diversion. Of that number, 1,143 children successfully completed the child diversion program. So what you're seeing, just by a rough estimation, is a less than 50%, under 50% success rate, but it is an excellent reflection of the program. It is a program that requires a deeper engagement and awareness, and we'll be speaking also to the expansion of the referral process. Right now, this figure only shows you referral from the police and the courts as mandated in the law.
But make a note, even those successfully completed, there are still some on the program still, of the 2,810.
Yes, because that number is current to January 2026, and so you would still have some children going through the program. And just to provide a synopsis of what the figures look like per parish, you'll see...
Julia, take the mic a little away from you. You get the...
Echo, right. You will see Kingston, a total of 201 children being referred for the child diversion program between the period March 20 ending financial year March 2025. And you'll see the referral from the police, 94. As it relates to the courts, it is 107. As you will see at St. Andrew, where the courts tend to be ahead of the police referrals. Then you have St. Andrew, we have 151 from the police, 107, a total of 258. St. Thomas, the numbers are good, given the referral, 24 from the police, 27 from the police, 158 from the courts, a total of 185 from St. Thomas. Portland, we're looking at a total of 8 from the police and 107, giving you a total referral of 115. St. Mary, again, a total 142, 99 from the courts, and 43 referrals coming from the police. St. Anne, we have, that is the lowest, I believe, in the statistics. For St. Anne, we have 6 from the police referral, and 28 from the courts, a total of 34 cases coming out of St. Anne. Does that mean that we don't have more children that needs to be supported on the child diversion program? No, but we need to promote and engage with the stakeholders and the relevant direct stakeholders like the police and the courts so that they are aware of the usefulness and benefit of utilizing the child diversion program. So that number is low. You have Trelawney, and we're looking at 84 total coming out of Trelawney, 32 referrals from the police and 52 from the courts. St. James, a tidy number 243 total, having 161 referrals from the courts and 82 from the police. Hanover, we look at, and it is 102. We have 77 referrals from the courts and 25 from the police. Westmoreland, a total of 133, 20 referrals from the police and 113 from the courts. St. Elizabeth, we are looking at 95, 37 from the courts, 58 from the police. The police would be ahead of the courts for this particular parish. Manchester, we have 48 from the police and 139 coming out of the courts. That speaks to the deep sensitization training that we would have had with the court staff. And so you have 187 cases. Clarendon, we have a total of 216 referrals, 154 from the courts and 62 from the police. And last but not least, St. Catherine, 88 police referrals and a total of 183 referrals from the courts, taking it to 271. And that is a quick picture of what the referral in the parishes look like. Does that say that we need to ramp up the awareness and have more referrals or children being referred to the program? Yes. Sexual offenses. I particularly raised this issue, as you will see later on in our report, as well as reports from other stakeholders. There's a particular interest on the sexual offenses cases. In March up to January 2024, the statistics tells us that we have 495 matters to deal with sexual offenses. And you look at the parishes and you look at the gender effect. You have for Kingston, 74 being male, female 2, a total of 76. St. Andrew, 107 being male, 5 for female. That is a total of 112. Then you look at it, St. Thomas going right down, and you will see the trend.
Yeah. I know you said sexual offenses, but just to be clear, for child diversion, is rape included in your sexual offenses consideration?
Yes.
So persons who commit rape.
No, bear in mind, the rape is non-consent. It could be.
Rape would be considered non-consensual.
Because
that's why
one of the parties under 16, especially the female, is
yes.
Under 16. That's why it is
referred to as sexual offenses. Right. But I'm saying if the consideration, even in a situation where there is no consent, notwithstanding that under 16 can't give consent. So if rape as a consideration.
Yes, it is. I will ask our Director for Child Diversion to elaborate. Oh, sorry.
Right. So not to confuse, we do know a consideration for child diversion is persons having sex with persons under the age of 16. Now, because of the non-consent aspect of it, there's still an issue as to whether the person who is the victim consented or let me use the word participated. So in a situation where consensually, notwithstanding they cannot give consent under the law, where we find, and I'm going to use rape simpliciter, that they had sex against their will, is the child diversion used in that instance?
So I'm saying yes, these statistics include such figures. I will ask our Director of Child Diversion, Ms. Vanessa Clark, to elaborate, and she could cite an example of it.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So if a matter is referred to child diversion, it first has to, so for a rape, for example, it's not on the schedule, so it would have to be from the court. So the court would have to determine, in the interest of justice and in the best interest of this child, if this matter can be referred to child diversion. However, the victim has to consent because they have a right to redress. So it's not a case where the matter is sent to child diversion without the victim's consent. So in those instances, the victim consents and the offender accepts responsibility for the offense. And if the court sees fit to send the matter, it is accepted for treatment by the child diversion branch.
I think if I might assist a little bit, if the offender is, say, over 17.
No, man.
You know that's
right,
unlikely.
Right, we're talking,
right.
so
we're talking about where the
child diversion.
Right.
We define youth as under the age of 18.
17 and on.
Big up on yourself, you know. I'm there, man. I go and take in everything. You see me? There, big up yourself and skip me, see. Big up on yourself, man. I'm there, I go and put some things together for forward.
Has to be 17 and
See me?
Right.
Big up on yourself, man. Like and shit. We'll listen to someone go on. See?
The aspect of this then is something that we may need to revisit in relation to the process for diversion. I'm just putting
Not
that.
a problem.
Right. Thank you.
We're open for further elaboration.
Yes.
But I mean, to answer your question directly, because persons might be
Thinking if you're under
listening,
18. Right.
bearing in mind, as the director says, the option is available to the judge. And the judge can say the seriousness of this offense requires that this person should get the full course of the law, but we encourage judges, if the offender is 17 and under, the victim might be over 17, you know, in this case of the rape, but if the offender is 17 and under, and as the child diversion officer says, the consent, then that 17-year-old could be referred to child diversion. Okay.
I'm not going to belabor, because I think this is open
Later on, we can have
for more discussion, but possibly that this is an area that is open for review in terms of the process, because a child who certainly is aggrieved by the decision where we're governed by the best interest of the child, there may be other steps that needs to be taken so that we're not feeling that there's discrimination in terms of the process.
You're totally correct, Member Buchanan. Indeed, one of the things which will come up for further discussion, which we won't make a decision here, but it will be of some importance in our discussion, the close-in-age relationship, which from 2017, another Joint Select Committee of Parliament had recommended the close-in-age consensual relations, but that will come up for further discussion. Okay. Continue.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. So, having provided you with a snapshot of what the figures look like as it relates to the sexual offenses, we want to get to the meat of the matter as to why we require a legislative review of the Child Diversion Act. And so we know that Section 1 identifies the Child Diversion Act and that it shall come into being into operation on a day appointed by the minister by notice published in the Gazette. The Act, as I mentioned before, was 2018. It was not until December 31, 2019 that operational notice came into being, and by that date, we would have commenced in a very aggressive way to implement the program. And so the program was actualized, as I would have indicated before, in March of 2020. Under the Section 43 of the Act, it says that the Act shall be reviewed from time to time by a committee of both houses of Parliament. Now, I'm drawing particular attention to the timeline and the dates. Now, with that notification, it also says the first review shall take place not later than 3 years after the appointed day notice. And so it was anticipated that we would have had a review taking place by end of 2021. But the date that some time would have passed, and so by the end of December 2025, 6 years would have passed, and we have not been able to have the review. Notwithstanding, during that period, yes, notwithstanding, during that period, we were conducting detailed review and assessment of the program vis-a-vis the Act, the provisions in the Act to assess what is working, what is not working, so that we could have a very solid document that you have before you for consideration. And so we're here today for that review. Summary of the areas that are highlighted for discussion by the members: the meaning and intent of child diversion in the Act.
Just make a note that it's on page 7 of the document which would be before you.
That is page 7, under the heading Summary of Substantive Areas for Review by the Joint Select Committee.
Okay.
And so these areas were identified due to legislative ambiguities, procedural gaps that we experienced, recognized, feedback from key stakeholders, the courts, the police, the children, and civil society as well. And I was identifying, just giving a summary of the areas. So these are the highlighted areas: meaning and intent of child diversion in the Act. We have some sub-issues under that area: meaning of formal judicial proceedings, whether the Act clearly applies to child offenders or post-conviction and sentencing cases, the issue of overlap with the child diversion measures and the sentencing measures, the requirement for the child referral to the child diversion program, gaps in the requirement, consent, and acceptance of responsibility, the risk of coercion or undue influence. Another issue we identified was the age determination and gaps in establishing age for the purpose of the diversion proceedings. And we're going to hear a testimonial from the officers that will elaborate some more on this matter. We also highlight the discretionary provisions in the Act for referral to child diversion and how they may affect the administration and success of the child diversion measures, unclear referral timing, and insufficient referral points. Notwithstanding, we would have indicated to you that the key sources of referrals are from the police or the courts. And the referral points we do have as a ministry, 14 child diversion offices across the island. The question as to whether there needs to be more, the committee will determine. Stage at which a constable or officer may refer a child for participation in a child diversion program. And we're going to elaborate on what that means. The capacity of police officer to assess a child's need for psychological care and ability to consent. The Child Diversion Committee, that is the governance structure, we do recognize gaps in it. So the Child Diversion Committee and issues related to the convening of such committees. Provisions for persons with disabilities in the Act. Specific stakeholder concerns. And that we will look at some specific areas. So for example, the meaning and intent of child diversion in the Act. So for example, formal adjudication not defined in the Act. That is very important. When does formal adjudication begin for the purposes of the application of child diversion under the Act? And so you will find that at page 8 of your document. That is our first sub-issue number 1. If you so desire, I can speak to it, but I'm just highlighting it. The need to ensure that diversion is prioritized by the courts, that's important as well. So the question as to whether there should be mandatory consideration for child diversion, barring exceptional circumstances. That you can find the detail of that on page 9. That's a sub-issue that is very important. There are certain discretions of the courts, and what we're saying is that there may need to be some consideration by the committee to allow for that mandatory referral to the child diversion program.
I think, colleagues, the issue there which we will eventually make a decision on, whether in fact, because it's a child and in the best interest of the child, we are trying to divert them away from the formal criminal justice system. So should it be mandatory from a child is 17 and under for the child diversion offenses that the judge consider that? And in other words, the judge should really, make it the first consideration. And if they're not going to refer the matter to child diversion, they give reasons why they don't think this is appropriate for child diversion. So in other words, what I think the committee is saying, should Parliament make it almost mandatory for child diversion offenses? Remember, and we can then have a look at what are child diversion offenses. There's many offenses that are not child diversion offenses, like murder, shooting, some with intent, robbery. These are not child diversion offenses. But to the extent you might have an assault occasioning actual bodily harm, that is a child diversion offense. Now, should it be mandatory that the judge say, you're 17 or you're 16, and I'm going to look and get a recommendation from the police or from the social inquiry report whether you should be referred to child diversion? Now, this is not necessarily what happens now as I understand it. The court literally, in some cases, not in all, would literally ask the child, did you do it? And if you did it, then you plead guilty. No, that is not the way it should be, because the idea is not to plead guilty and then you say you go for child diversion. The question is this an appropriate case for child diversion? And if it is, and the child goes through a process of child diversion and successfully complete, then the matter is literally dismissed. So the child doesn't have a record. But you will see that there's a section in particular where the judges interpret that taking responsibility means pleading guilty. And to our mind, that was never the intent of the act. Sorry, Mr. Member.
I'm agreeing with you, Mr. Chairman, but a part of the definition lapse, or there's a lacuna in the act, is the definition of court. There are judges currently who are thinking in relation to certain matters, whether it is the Supreme Court that has to make that decision. No, I'm just saying, with certain offenses, the parish court judge is saying, well, we have to leave that for the Supreme Court when they actually have the power. So the redefining what child diversion is, understanding that it is actually a process to steer minors away from the formal adjudication, being a judge should say, well, ought to say, you know, I'm so sorry that I have to take you through the formal system. And so we're not seeing, when it comes to definition-wise, defining court clearly, as in which court is able to do that.
No, and that's a good point, Member Buchanan and colleagues. That's something we should address. In other words, once it comes before the court and it is a child, that court should be empowered to say.
And so when there's an issue, because I know, especially within the Constitution, the doctrine of separations of powers is not clearly there, but the doctrine itself is not a physical.
No, but
but what I'm saying, the point I'm trying to make, Chairman, is that when it comes to the taking away power from the court, as in when Parliament is assumed to be tying the hands of judges, judges can sometimes.
No.
No, I'm saying I just want to complete the thought that what we're saying, that the mandatory consideration is what is of importance, to say that this is the first step, because the child diversion becomes moot if there is no consideration at the beginning of the process.
So I'm agreeing with you.
Right.
In that, what we're saying is that the court, from the fact that you're dealing with a child, you look at whether child diversion is an appropriate process. The court may well say, having considered it, we don't think this is one appropriate for child diversion. You're with me?
I'm with you, but I'm wondering if we can take it one step higher by not necessarily having a physical space, but appreciating that the treatment of minors, the 12
under
to 17 under 17, but criminal responsibility starting at 12, to say that they are directed to a particular court that makes that determination, i.e., once the court identifies a child as being 12 to 17, then you treat them in a particular way. The act empowers the court.
You're saying that most of these should go to, say, the family court.
Family court is the correct space, and it is at that time where you send them to child diversion, and many other things would have to be tweaked, but certainly to say that juveniles generally are treated as children.
A matter for consideration.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Any other comments? Otherwise, go ahead.
I love how Isaac deal with it, you know. Isaac, big up yourself. Look on Chuck. Look on Pissabed Turker. Look at Pissabed Turker face.
Page 9, number 2. What we just dealt with was the
big up on yourself. May I line up something for you, say. Hey, I'm just like and share. Hear me there, I put something together. This is why when I hear me talk and I put some things together. You see me?
Of the act.
So go and like and share.
The chair would have also alluded to it earlier on in his speech. This requirement for a guilty plea, for warning, could be construed as a form of compulsion. And so we would welcome the committee's review of such a provision to make the appropriate recommendation. You can find that at pages in more detail, 11 to 12 of our submission document, that is sub-issue number 3.
And if I might help, if you don't mind, colleagues, they have set it out very nicely on page 11. In following the Convention on the Rights of a Child, to which Jamaica is a party, the Convention literally urged member states not to pursue guilty pleas. So, in fact, if you read, if you see at the bottom of page 11, where Article 42B says that a child is not to be compelled to give testimony or to confess to guilt. You see, but the way the Act 33(2) has been interpreted by some courts is that to move to child diversion and in accepting responsibility, and it speaks about accepting responsibility. And I've heard a judge, and at a meeting says that is the basis on which he refers a child to child diversion after the child accepts responsibility and pleads guilty. And we had a good argument with her to show that was not the intention of the act. I mean, the children's advocate and myself had to show her a different section 40, forget the section now, where accepting responsibility doesn't mean pleading guilty. Because if you plead guilty, then you get a record, or at least it is there that you were convicted if you plead guilty. So the idea now, we want to look at this particular section to make it very clear that accepting responsibility doesn't mean pleading guilty. But it's important for the child to go on child diversion referral, that they accept that they were responsible or they're party to the offense. Okay? Sorry, Julia, go ahead.
And as we move along, again, in terms of that ambiguity, clarity, and to be more concise, we also saw that there was a need to look at adjourning a matter sine die under Section 33, subsection 1 of the Act, which effectively suspends a matter indefinitely without assigning a date for a further hearing. And my colleague, Mr. Levy Rodney, the child diversion officer, will share with you the impact of such a situation on children, especially after they come out of the program and they have moved into adulthood, and if they're looking at job, the implication when these situations are there, it carries forward. So we lose the effect of what we desire. So you will hear from Mr. Levy.
You have a case study on that, Mr. Levy. Go ahead.
Mr. Levy.
Yes. Good afternoon, committee members. Mr. Chairman, permit me to begin with a story. Not a story from poverty or neglect, but a story of an affluent young boy whose mother struggled with his behavior from an early age. Despite providing a stable and comfortable home, she faced ongoing challenges, defiance, anger, and emotional outbursts that worsened over time. Like many parents, Mr. Chairman, she hoped he would grow out of it. Instead, the problem escalated. One evening, in a fit of rage, the young man destroyed his mother's computer. Overwhelmed and unsure what else to do, she reported the matter to the police. He was subsequently charged for malicious destruction of property and placed before the court. Mr. Chairman, this is how easily any child, regardless of background or social environment, can enter the justice system. Fortunately for this child, the court referred him to the child diversion program. Through the program, he received counseling to address anger management and participated in family therapy that helped rebuild communication and trust between mother and son. Well, I say the family and the child. He was mentored, guided, and held accountable in a structured but supportive environment. He successfully completed the program. 1 month later, his mother returned with tears in her eyes. And not to complain, not with another child for referral, but to express gratitude. She simply said to the child diversion officer, "Thanks for giving me back my son."
Members, can you imagine? These are umpteen cases. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, that is a true impact of child diversion. The child diversion program serves children and families from all socio-economic backgrounds. It recognizes that behavioral challenges and emotional struggles do not discriminate by class or community. Through timely intervention, children are connected to counseling, emotional support, mentorship, and other essential services. Families also receive support that strengthens relationship and improves parenting capacity. The impact on the nation is significant, Mr. Chair. Child diversion addresses the root cause of behavior before they escalate. It eases the burden on the court and correctional system by keeping children out of formal incarceration pathways. Most importantly, it strengthens family and safeguards the future of our young people. When we invest in child diversion, we invest in prevention, we invest in restoration, we invest in national development. Each child redirected represents a life reclaimed and a family restored. The program demonstrates that accountability and compassion can work together and transform life. Mr. Chairman, when a parent can say, "Thanks for giving me back my son," it reminds us that justice is not only about punishment. It is about rehabilitation. It is about restoration and hope for the future of Jamaica.
Okay, the matter was before the court, and the court sent that child to child diversion. What did they go back to the court now? What happened when they went back to the court?
They went back to the court for the court to take it off their list. So in essence, when the child finished the program, we sent back a report to the court to inform the court that the child has successfully completed the program. And hence, it would have come to an end at that point.
So the child did not have a conviction?
No.
Okay, sorry, Venetia, go.
The matter that you're referring to was, we had a case recently where a child completed the program successfully and became an adult and was working. I think he worked for about a month or two, and he was told that there were adverse findings on his record. As such, he was relieved of his job.
He was, what?
He was dismissed from his job.
And this is, but the child, that adverse was from the referral of the child diversion.
Yes, the matter was referred to us,
Yes.
but
you see, that
and he successfully completed the program, however.
But what happened in the court, because that is something that we have to address, is it that the court dismissed the charge, or there was a guilty plea? What took place in the court? Do you know?
I will ask the officer to confirm, because
And let us know, because you see, this is the sort of thing that if it is not dealt with appropriately, then it could have, as you pointed out, adverse effect. You know. Well, this is why I wanted to find out. Yeah, sorry. You want to defer to Ms. Cuthbert, or you want to go?
No, I'll defer.
Thank you, Chairman. No, I was just wondering if it's the fact that the child had to plead guilty.
Well,
In that instance, why? And so this is what we're trying to, this is the mystery we're trying to get rid of, right? So this would not happen once we pass this particular bill.
And adjust it.
And made this adjustment. So this will not be where the child pleads guilty in court and then coming back where it shows up on their record.
So Ms. Clark, could you get that information? Why did he lose his job because of an adverse finding? when he has completed the program successfully. So, you know, something went amiss there. Okay. Yes, Mr. Levy. One second. Yes, Mr.
Yeah,
Levy.
I just wanted some further clarity because there's an obligation to secrecy currently under the Act, which is 39, and unless it was possibly the young man was trying to go into military or something like that, juvenile convictions are generally not. It doesn't follow you, even if it's or ought not to follow you clearly. And two, the Act currently as drafted, excellent section, Part 3 General, where it speaks to obligation to secrecy. So when you say adverse findings,
yes,
that's
I'm a
not
little surprised with that.
That's not conviction. That is somebody giving information possibly to a person who it wasn't pursuant to a court order or any person which is permitted or required by law, which is not in these circumstances an employer
Mr.
outside
Levy,
of government.
All right, thanks, Member Buchanan. You have something further than that?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just to make a clarification, is that the example that is being discussed with the person, adverse finding came out in his background, is separate and apart from the illustration I gave. Right, but what happened in that case, well, from our understanding is that once the child has completed the program successfully, there should be no adverse findings on the child. However, for whatever reason, when the background check was done, I don't know at what stage the child started working. Well, we have other cases, and Ms. Case will be doing that, but this particular one, he started working at a call center, and he just got a message from his boss to come to his office, and they told him that he can't continue working in the call center because based on the background check, there's some adverse findings, and he has to.
Well, these are the matters which we need to address, okay? All right. No, this idea of the adverse finding, when they have successfully completed the program, should be looked at, okay? Go ahead, Julia, turn on your mic.
On the matter of definition for the child diversion program itself, so we need to make a distinction as to what is the child diversion program vis-a-vis the national child diversion program, and there is no provision except Section 2.1 of the Act, where it says a child diversion program means a program developed under this Act in which a child in conflict with the law is required to participate. But we need to make distinctions in terms of the program itself. What does it mean, and not just this umbrella statement. So distinction between child diversion program vis-a-vis an individual child diversion plan once they enter into the program, and they are identified with unique treatment plans and so forth. So you can look at page 13 where we would have elaborated on that as an issue, page 13, 1-3. Another matter is whether a child's participation in a child diversion program always necessitates a child's consent. This is in the context of the phrase required to participate. And so there is that language in the Act that says that the child is required to participate in a child diversion program, vis-a-vis what we understand consent to be. And so is a child diversion program definition and the requirements for the child's consent under Section 9.2, sub-issue 2. You can look at it at pages 14 to 15. That is another issue area that we want to elucidate on by the committee. whether child diversion applies to children convicted, sentenced, paroled. Key definitions in the Act: the child diversion program, child in conflict with the law, it excludes reference to child offender. And if you look to pages 15 to 18, we would have set out the context and made certain recommendations as well.
Well, you want to indicate, for instance, look at the recommendation on page 15. You want to indicate what those recommendations are.
So at page 15, we would have indicated I'm duly advised. Thank you. Recommendations at page 18. To reconcile these apparent contradictions, it is important to consider the policy position and the legislative intent. While it is evident that the Act aims to uphold a policy position promoting diversion and rehabilitation at various stages, the process is muddled. If the intent of the legislation was to ensure the children who've previously faced adjudication, convicted or sentenced, are not to be excluded from consideration for diversion under the Act, it then becomes evident that the definitions of child diversion and in conflict with the law may require amendment to harmonize with this broader intent. The second point, Section 44 of the Act serves as a transitional provision, indicating that the provisions apply to any child offender, young offender, and parolee who is a child at the time of conviction or sentencing, effectively applying the Act retroactively. However, given the Act was enacted in 2018, this raises a critical concern regarding the absence of a cutoff age in the Act. Generally, and for the purposes of this provision, if a person was convicted as a child in the past, in some instance, they may now be well into adulthood, potentially rendering the applicability or suitability of the child diversion questionable. To enhance the legal soundness of this provision, it is essential that the Act establishes a definitive cutoff age. And so one of the suggestions that the program has and recommended that we need to look at to include in the legislation that up to age 21, so we have a period of 3 years, say 17, that they would have come into the child diversion program, and up to a maximum of 21 to continue. What we find is that if we have it over 4 years or so, they came into the program at 17, but they're now 22. We find it challenging to engage with them because they're not resistant, they're not adults, and they're not minded to be guided or to be treated under the program. And so that is just one example, but there are different situations under this section that we're asking for some clarity and directions.
There's also on page 15, colleagues, two recommendations which will be useful for us to examine and discuss at another time. In section 33, it has a phrase in the third schedule also that refers required to participate. So the recommendations are the current reference in the definition to required to participate should be refined to clearly reflect the context in which a child's participation in a child diversion program may be voluntarily as against mandated. And also specify the consent timing where there's distinction to be made between voluntary consent to participate in a child diversion program and mandated participation. Consideration should be given to clarifying the provisions in respect of consent timing, whether the child consent being a prerequisite for participation in a diversion program prior to any formal court involvement. That's the pre-charge stage.
15.
Page
15.
All right, no problem. Just a second. Yes, go ahead.
Something I'm finding troubling is asking children to consent, especially we're using consent as opposed to willingly participate, which is completely different in terms of wording. I can't think of a situation where you can require a child who we're saying going back to the sexual offenses, you're a person underage, sexual offenses because they cannot consent to participate in the activity, to bring them before the court and invite them to consent. It's almost, it's problematic, and even by language.
That is why we want to look at it again.
I'm with that, but
yes.
I don't want to leave the... Yeah, it's absurd. It's almost, legal absurdity. Thank you, Mr. Dalrymple. But I don't want to skip over the section 44, because I'm thinking if it is that, if the act is updated to clearly define a child being at the date of the commission of the offense. So if you're 17 when you commit the offense, there's some child diversion that's taking place regardless of the delays within the court. So you find yourself 18, 3 years later, having committed the offense, and child diversion ought to apply to you. I think, though, where it says the child offender was brought before a court or the young inmate was sentenced or a grant of parole, it's not impossible for a child to be 15 and completes his sentence and is still a child, and therefore child diversion applies. I think we need to fix our mind as to when a person become adult, processes of rehabilitation, which is my friend's area, post leaving the DCS, as well as just the formal processes as an adult in terms of transition would not be the remit of child diversion. So that possibly is something to consider, except in the space of defining the definitive date of saying at the age of 17, having committed the crime, child diversion applies to you.
And they're asking us to fix it.
Well, okay, very well. Got you.
So make a note of it.
I have it, but I'm just raising it here for the purpose of the public, so that they don't think.
Because they're agreeing with you that
well.
something needs to be fixed right there.
Okay.
Go ahead. Turn on your mic.
So requirements and procedures for referral to the child diversion program. Guidance required for section 9(2) as to what constitutes consent. We want to look at acceptance of responsibility without having been unduly influenced by another person. How these matters are navigated by the court and the police is very crucial, and we do have variation of this. Some judges being of the opinion that acceptance of responsibility means entering a plea of guilt. And so if you continue on pages 18 to 19, would have provided further details on the situation. Whether there is a conflict between section 9(2) and section 2(3)(b) of the Act, section 9(2) has 4 requirements for a child to be considered for referral and uses the term may be considered versus section 2(3)(b) that says shall be considered for admission, seemingly mandating the child's consideration for referral on one condition: the child accepts responsibility. And you can go to page 20, where the details are provided. Consent in writing, section 9(2). No requirement in the Act, there is no requirement in the Act for the child's consent in writing, it is silent, to participate in the child diversion program. And still on page 20, you will see the details on that and why it is of concern to the program. Page 20. So it's sub-issue number 2, page 20.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Member
I'm just
Williams.
wondering. The issue of consent to the program or to the child's participation is precisely, in my view, why there's a requirement for a guilty plea to be entered. Because although it flies in the face and it is, in my view, an anomaly where you're trying to avoid previous adjudication, you're trying to avoid adjudication, formal adjudication, but you're requiring a guilty plea, which requires adjudication. Because for you to enter a guilty plea, it means the adjudication process has been triggered. So, where you have pleaded guilty, and it is for the judge now to order or to determine whether you are referred as a prerequisite to child diversion, does the judge require your consent?
Well, this is where we need to make it very clear.
In other words, do you require consent for me to sentence you?
No, that's
you can't even. So,
no,
so there is that.
No, and Member
conflict.
Williams, that has been a lacuna or ambiguity in the law. And
So
it has,
I think
and
once we address,
it has caused some problems.
so once we address that underlying foundational issue of the plea and
Yes.
its requirement for a guilty plea, I think it will solve a lot of
and
problems.
that's the idea which,
yeah, and consent issue.
and that is both matters need to be addressed. So we will find a way to adjust the law so that it becomes clear that a guilty plea is not required and that consent is really also not required. You understand? The reason, what I think is required would be the taking responsibility that you are involved in the act. Because if you say you never do it, then I don't see what you're going to go on. So, but it is a matter for us to further discuss. All right?
His mic.
Counsel has had that experience, but I've had experience.
No, one at a time.
Oh, sorry.
You're
Yes, I've had experience practicing in the court where offenses which require and fall within the purview of child diversion were dealt with by the court without guilty pleas. The judge, the prosecutor and I had discussions, and the prosecutor reasonably looked at the case, pardon me?
No, in fact...
Yeah, reasonably looked at the matter and said, hey.
But this happens...
And the judge, without any plea or anything, the matter was referred.
But this happens a lot, because if it's the police that refers it, then there's no guilty plea at all.
No, I do understand where you're going.
So bear in mind, remember a fair percentage of the cases are referred from the police. And we'll be looking at other possibilities where the referrals could come other than from the police, okay? But that will be later on. Member Dalrymple, you wanted to... Okay, go ahead, continue.
On the same point, I would like to, if you will permit, Chair, for our colleague, Ms. Sandy Lou Koljare, to share the Antigua model, which provides a really nicer option, for want of a better word, but she will.
Good afternoon, members. So just to clarify two things. So in the Act, there's a provision.
They call it the Child Justice Act.
Yes, Minister, that's correct. So in the Act, there's one section specifically that says that the child is required to enter a guilty plea. And that's under Section 33, where the judge can issue a warning. Other than that, in the Act generally, the provisions speak to the child acknowledging responsibility, the child giving consent. So those are the two main things. The challenge is that some judges, the challenge is that some judges don't interpret the acceptance of responsibility in the same way. So outside of the Section 33, they generally think that accepting responsibility means that they have to ask the child to plea. So that's one. The two, our Act does not define or give any guidance as to how the child's consent is obtained, how the child acknowledges responsibility. So they're just operating on what they think is correct. So there's no guidance there. But when you look at the Antiguan model, and internationally generally, because child diversion is based on consent and acknowledging some type of responsibility, other models define it so as to not cause confusion. So the Antigua model says acceptance of responsibility means admission of responsibility for an offense by a child without the formal admission of guilt. So our act is not specific in that way. So that is the distinction that I wanted to make. Yes. Yes, so it gives some level of clarity, and further direction can be provided in the act as to how you...
I think you dealt with this in the... What page is it?
The...
Page... I think I read it somewhere. You dealt with
it. It's there. I can't recall the specific section or the page number at this time, but when you get an opportunity to go through, you will see the issue being fleshed out a little more. Yes, thank you.
But both Antigua and Fiji, and I hear Kenya now, are looking at our act and refining it. Right.
We're gonna the page.
Julia, you had the page where that was dealt with the Antigua Act?
We were looking at the Fiji model. I was saying page 25 for that one, but not the Antigua one. We will find it shortly.
So the Antigua one is not mentioned in here.
Oh. But the Fiji one did? Okay. Sorry, remember.
Madam, I appreciate your explanation, and I think that's where the legislation needs to go. But even as you were making the distinctions, you see the discomfort with the word consent. I think one of the strongest things that we can look at in terms of child diversion and a workable thing is similar to restorative justice. The judges say, take it outside to restorative justice, and then you're cloaked in the type of privacy where a judge need not look at anything else, where that child would be able to say, I did this, I didn't mean to do it, and the punitive nature of the justice system is not hanging over their head.
Isaac, big up yourself. Isaac, a real general, you know.
Diversion process.
Big up yourself. One Isaac, so big up yourself, general.
You know, the
man is a context matter.
And all of that has to be outside of before the court, which is dealing with children, is an in-camera process. So I'm envisioning courtroom 2 in St. Andrew, halfway through court, and you have a child is there, and it's like a public kind of thing. So the court as defined, family court, the privacy of it, and the diversion aspect is important.
And I think in future, Member Buchanan, if these matters are not dealt with in family court, then once a child, the court should sit as a children's court or a family court, you know, so that these matters are not publicly dealt with. So in other words, you can say if there are a number of matters where children are coming before the court, then the court for a half an hour or for an hour, clear the court and just sit as a family. It does happen, you know.
I was going to say, if I'm allowed to say that, I don't want to be accused of sending out misinformation, but the court, in its wisdom, always clears the court, but is the form of convenience or the forum of convenience that I'm making reference to, that you appreciate that you're not in speaking to the child and not in big court, so I'm in big trouble. And it puts me in a situation where I'm not going to accept responsibility. I am afraid of being, you know...
He make whole heap of sense to Isaac I say, you know. He make whole heap of sense to Isaac I say.
Where they are and what the law of the
make
land
whole heap of
to
sense.
protect them from going down a slippery slope.
Right.
Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
One Isaac on the man.
Just for corrections, it is page 35. And even though that section does not go into detail as per Mrs. Cole-Jarrett, but we identify the act for Antigua, and then we also cited the Fiji. So at your convenience, you could also look at those enactments as guidance.
Sorry, go ahead, Member.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I have to tell you, I'm quite excited to participate in this committee, and in particular to hear the contributions from my colleague, Member Buchanan, because he seems to have quite a bit of thought on this matter. I wonder, though, if you'd permit me to say a little congratulatory note to the division, to the ministry, because I have for long been asking for entities to come with their position to guide us to help us to understand where you see problems before we embark on hearing submissions. And I think this is one of the few times that I'm seeing such a comprehensive document that has clearly been well thought out and well deliberated on.
I want to thank you on their behalf, because, I took the opportunity to read it.
Yes.
And it's a good document.
Yes.
And I'm going to beg colleagues, I know you didn't have the opportunity, but to read it and at another time.
Well, we'll have to read it, Chairman, because it is really what will kind of focus our attention, apart from our own experiences, like Members Williams and Buchanan may have had in the courts. But what I wanted to just get some clarity on, once we have gone through and taken a look at some of the issues identified and recommendations made, prior to our own deliberation on those matters, we will immediately begin to hear submissions. Because what I think we're one moment, please. A part of what I think we're doing. So you indicate an issue, and it gets us thinking, and the minds are bubbling over here. So we're kind of, interrupting you with questions and concerns. And I wondered what's next after this, so that just that we could have.
Sure. But what was a little concerning before I started is that I understand you all never got the document.
No, we didn't.
You see, and that was what was disturbing, because I thought you, Anyway, the point about it, though, is that virtually all of these members will be available. Everybody will be available for the next, until we finish and deliberate. They will be here for the deliberation, for further clarification if needed. And they will have to address the final report too, okay? So that, after Ms. Bigon has finished presentation, that doesn't mean it's the end. We will still make the team available for questions that we may have after we fully digest the document. All right?
Very well. Thank you.
So we're going to ask her to wrap up, because we have a few members, the child diversion officers, who want to give us some examples of their encounters on the program, okay? Which would take us to the end. Go ahead.
As we wrap up, there are three things that you will permit me, Chair. But firstly, I would like to express our appreciation on you recognizing the quality of the documentation that we have worked to provide to you. And I want to particularly recognize that I am not the author of that document. My colleague here, the senior policy analyst, is the person who crafted this documentation, and we just want to recognize that. So, Chair has asked us to wrap up. I'm going to go to all the issues in this summary PowerPoint presentation. It's detailed in the document, but we particularly want to make a statement from the Social Justice Division as we speak to, because we're going to one aspect of it. We're not only going to be looking at the expansion of referral points and other issues, but we're also going to look at the option of decriminalizing sexual offenses and as it relates to children under the child diversion. But we just want to provide a holistic perspective that we'd like you to bear in mind as we do that contemplation, and we also highlight the decision of the 2016 Select Committee that the Chair would have mentioned earlier on. So I'll just get to there.
Sir, you had a concern?
Chair, while that's happening, can I just ask, would it be possible for the committee clerk to provide us with a copy of that 2016 report?
It is available, And you have a week. And indeed, I mean,
we can provide it to...
The member next door to you can bring you up to date where we are.
But we can provide it to Mr.
Because from October, we have been trying to see if we can get that legislation before Parliament.
Del right, Choco, you can laugh. When anything you talk about local picnic, you can laugh. So are you a child molester?
Yes.
Oh, the blood clot. Hold on, I'm
to
this.
the clerk, and especially that recommendation.
Del right, Chuck. How every time you talk about local picnic, you can giggle, so? What about local picnic make you giggle? Oh, this man if you talk about local picnic and giggle. Like you find, there's nothing you start talk about if make you laugh, you know?
Exactly.
There's a not, and I like, and if I did the whole, if I did normal Parliament, I never run and joke that different. But them I talk about minor, and something like that make you a giggle. See your blood clot face. I go investigate and see if they on Joe Epstein file, you know. I go and do some deep dive in your blood clot and see if you pop up on Joe Epstein file. Because you giggle too much when you talk about local pitney. Whenever you talk about local pitney, you giggle. Me, I do one special investigation in you on the Joe Epstein file. I go and see if I pop up on the list. I remember I search through Google, so I get information. You giggle to Delroy. Lorraine, we did parts me see, you know, I talk for the press there. This guy, whenever I'm talk about local pitney, there's always something for making him laugh. I don't understand. I just don't understand. I go and do a deep dive, but now you're not for your blood clot case. Yeah, the spirit has something for investigate you, because when I talk about local pitney, I laugh too much. So I'm going to see if you're on the Joe Epstein file. You look like someone, you look like a molester. You have a molester type of vibe. You understand? In aroma, short like a... Remember enough politicians that take away look boy them up to the molest them, you know.
True.
And this guy display one look behavior like one of those type of person. The Justice Minister of Jamaica display a character as if him is a child molester. And display a child molester type of character. Because I don't see what about this. If you make your blood clot giggle, you gonna live with wife. If your wife too old, divorce him and go look a young girl. But me no want in our Parliament to talk about the man and a blood clot giggle girl. Me no find it funny. When the pitney them in Jamaica we get missing, we can't find them. When the pitney them in Jamaica we get missing, we don't know they gone like Sammy Mouth. They gone like Sammy Mouth. And I don't like the fact for this guy I talk about the man and our Parliament and a giggle. He no sit well with my brother. Remember me get that to you know. He no sit well with my brother. No laugh too much. You not talk about look up at them too much. What about this making you laugh though, guy? Let me see you laugh here and that's how I conk you. Let me hear you giggle for you and blood clot not there. Giggle back.
For him to just highlight it. Because that report came out in around 2017, 2018. And they have been working on the legislation since then. So we need to just sort it out. Sorry.
If you permit,
Yeah,
Minister,
we do
have
a
a soft
giggle,
copy that we
giggle.
can provide to Mr. Nash for circulation. So we would have been speaking and identifying individual technical issue areas that we want to have amended or expand or include in the Act. We just want to give a social justice perspective because one of those or two of those areas, the issue of the closing age of sexual offenses activities. So the social justice perspective on it is, and I will read sexual offenses.
Refer to the page.
It is at page 40. Let me put on my glasses. 42. Page 42. Yes. So sexual offenses involving minors accounts for a significant number of the cases that are referred to the child diversion program. According to statistics obtained from the Statistical Unit Institute of Jamaica, between 2018 and 2022, approximately 3,411 cases of sexual intercourse with persons under the age of 16 were recorded. The Sexual Offences Act, Section 10, speaks to sexual intercourse with persons under 16, is noted amongst the offenses listed in the first schedule of the Child Diversion Act. As such, when these cases appear before the courts, an opportunity is presented for the
Member
matter to be
Senator Brown said them a endorse one child molesting at the Parliament. Member Senator Brown said the Jamaica Labour Party endorse a child molesting at the Parliament. So me I wonder if Adele Racho can laugh so much. You know why I laugh so much? Like you think this is a laughing matter. Senator Brown said them a endorse child molester, convicted child molester. That is why I don't I release the sex offender registry. Because them a go shame. Every time this guy talk about look up at him and laugh like he think it funny.
referred to the child diversion
I gonna do some deep dive and see if he pop up on Joe Epstein filing. Fuck. I gonna do some deep dive. Me have time for him.
program. A discourse around the potential of decriminalizing sexual offenses involving minors has been proffered, and credibly so. However, it is important to recognize that the child diversion program is rooted in statute and addresses offenses that are classified as divertible. Essentially, the offenses falls within the legal framework of the act and permits diversion as a response to a child being in conflict with the law. Child diversion via the Child Diversion Act relies on the existence of a potential legal charge as a trigger for referral. Therefore, how to maintain the child diversion pathway for a formal response where such offenses are no longer recognized within the context of a child being in conflict with the law merits further consideration. So let me emphasize. Therefore, how to maintain the child diversion pathway. So we're contemplating decriminalization, but it's very important that we still recognize the value of putting a child before the child diversion program to rehabilitate and re-engage them and build a social awareness and understanding. So
one of the things, colleagues, which we will have to consider, as Ms. Wigan has indicated, there's a likelihood that we could decriminalize the close-in-age sexual consensual activity. But that would take it out of child diversion, and the feeling is that many of these cases are deserving of referral to child diversion because a fair amount of mentoring, counseling take place, and the families in particular want that to happen because they're the ones who refer the children to the child diversion through the police or the courts. We're looking at, even if that happens, we consider that child diversion should not only be where you're in conflict with the law, but it should also have some diversionary offense, which are not necessarily in conflict with the law. In other words, where you have a certain level of delinquency, deviance, so it becomes preventative rather than reactive to an offense being committed. So one of the things I've been in discussion with the team is we are going to put it to the committee that referrals should be able to come from, say, the guidance counselors. And the guidance counselors could well refer to the headmaster or headmistress or the superintendent of police in the parish, and either the headmaster, headmistress, or the superintendent of police or senior officer refer the matter to the child diversion officer, the conduct of the child. And the conduct doesn't have to be a breach of the law, but a number of matters are now referred to my colleague, Minister Dixon, right. So a number of matters are now referred to CPSA. What's the name of that committee again? CPFSA. That deal with misbehavior of children. Now, there's no doubt that they're also overwhelmed, but a number of the matters that come to them could easily be dealt with on the child diversion. And the reason why I'm saying so, they're going to be coming before us, is that the success of the program of child diversion is because of the mentoring and the psychological support that we give to children. And we're looking at how we can take some of that and prevent these children actually committing an offense. Sorry, Minister Dixon.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is something that we've been discussing at the CPFSA level, and we had a meeting earlier today because we've been looking at Section 24 of CCPA and how we affect the changes therein. And when I hear your team speaking on child diversion, I'm very impressed with what you've been able to do. And at some point, we need to not trip over ourselves.
Quite.
So we are supposed to be doing therapeutic centers, and we're supposed to also be doing, these are supposed to be residential plus places of safety where we're going to be doing child diversion type activities. We don't have enough resources as a government, so we're going to have to see how we coordinate better in that respect. And I see a lot of things that you're doing already that do not need to be replicated in CPFSA.
And may I say
so
this?
As a part of the process, I'd love us to work through that.
May I say this, Minister Dixon, colleagues? One of the greatest problems of most societies is that when children get into trouble, they're put into institution. And once they're put into institution, it's downhill. It is downhill. You understand? So if you, and I've done a lot of research on this, if you look at the people who become recidivists in the prisons, they're people who started out early in institution. They have developed the institutional habit. And therefore, what is happening in CPFSA need to stop. We need to stop institutionalizing our children. And
So,
that is why child
tell her right,
diversion,
Chuck.
we take them one at a
Tell her right, Chuck. So how just the other day now, them a plan say, the local pick them a water gun. Remember them want to sentence them for 15 years, you know? And in just a matter now, so them have to top institutionalize the children. These people confused. I'm going to put a clothespin by your mouth tonight. Yeah, I'm going to put a clothespin by your mouth. Watch.
In their homes. But once they go to an institution, believe me, Minister Dix, is downhill. Downhill after that. Member, sorry, go ahead. Wait 1 second, Ms. Cuthbert, then you.
If I may.
So you must say, once them go to an institution, it's downhill. So then purpose send them going to the grave. Okay. So this is a new way of depopulation. So these people get.
But if them say once they go to the institution, I don't hear. That means that they not put nothing in place.
They not put nothing in place. To help them. That means say a judge or the maker. A judge or the maker. A judge. I just matter about judge or the maker.
Wow.
I would them vote for still, you know. God go with them because I can't come, you know.
Just add to that, as you know, where I sit, I'm really happy for this conversation because I know that the therapeutic center was open a few years ago, but I'm not really sure how that is really impacting what we are calling now the uncontrollable children. And I, for one, also do not believe that children who are deemed uncontrollable, whatever that is, that they should be placed in the same institution where persons are there who have committed crimes. I really believe that, you know, restorative justice or child diversion, mentoring is the way to go. Another thing, as you know, the government now, we've added peace to the Ministry of National Security. It's now Ministry of National Security and Peace. And if it is that we are looking at a more peaceful society, I think we have to institute in more of this, the child.
To this, yeah. So now beauty salon can't help this character, yeah. Look and look, insipid. So somebody really fall in love with this, yeah. That man I love this woman has stomach strong. And have a very strong stomach.
Very strong.
Oh, she's not attractive. She just look like a piece of board, like a piece of door jam.
Don't say that, me not
I look at door jam. You just go lean up, make door hang on by you.
diversion. The gentleman, I can't remember, you gave a perfect...
Mr. Levy.
Right. You gave a perfect example of what child diversion can actually do for not just the child, but also for the parent. And so when you look at some persons, when you look at the Jamaican culture and the Jamaican society, a lot of us have gone through trauma. We do not know how to handle anger.
Don't leave so long in here.
We're so angry.
And I want to show them who you bring with you, you know, because you can't come by yourself.
In that same predicament.
Because when you go
something might be going on with...
I don't want to no selfish, you know. When you go and look at an event and it's nice. When you now go back, bring a friend, invite a friend. You can't keep it to yourself because when you're selfish around there, you know. So in a circle, I want to show me for your team member you bring in. I want them just say present.
With that child that he or she does not understand. And the parent themselves don't understand because they, you know, they're just not exposed as to the why. And so we get this, you know, ongoing trauma after trauma happening in our society, in our communities. And, you know, as you said, they came from possibly an affluent community. However, they still did not know why until an intervention happened where they were able to be counseled and mentored to say, and the child possibly now understood why they were acting out. So again, I welcome this child diversion, and I really want those children to be out of these institutions.
Should never be there.
And should never be there.
Yeah.
Never be there.
Minister
and so I
Dalry
can't wait for this to actually happen.
I just want to congratulate again and emphasize. I grew up in a home where my mother was a children's officer until she died at 95. I still have practical experience of the children's home, and we should definitely stop institutionalizing. And I would say, Minister Dixon, any money that government is putting in those homes, I can say from exposure to what I have seen the child diversion unit doing in my short space of time, should be diverted to them because...
You stop thief, man. Hello, ma'am. Lady, you stop thief. Eh? How your voice so loud? You stop thief. But look at this lady here now with this strong voice in the parliament. Lady, you stop thief. Look how you look. Jesus, mercy God. When you look upon these people, you can see them a demon, you know. You can't see them a demon from the pit of hell.
Every cent has been well spent.
You're recommending more money to child diversion.
Hold on.
Jesus, Roscoe.
And I still, as an adult, interact with children's homes in Trelawney.
This is a woman here.
And they are destroying rather than helping the children.
Jesus,
recently,
mercy God.
Just not even a month ago.
You ever see some wet up fall on an orange tree? You never see some wet up fall on an orange tree? When rain fall, hard and could dry spot there in the orange tree and the fall just quench up there. Look for wet up fall on an orange tree.
A child that was a Brazilian child came here and was held in the home, and a judge, a judge referred that child to be in custody. She came here with adult family, and when they were leaving Jamaica, this is not a month old, leaving Jamaica, they went to the airport. They were then going to Canada, and the airport authorities recognized that the Canadian passport that the adults that she was with were fraudulently obtained. So they sorted it out. But the courts put the child, the judge incarcerated the child. She spent a week in an adult correctional center, and then they put her in a children's home. And she had an adult. And for the period 3 weeks that she was in that home, the authorities in the home refused to even let the Brazilian counselor counselor speak with her. And although reports came and her father came from Brazil to get her.
I don't want to go on like no good guy around here, because we see Monique, Monique come out and I cry out for fear incident where I'm to her in the government care, and she cry out for the rest of people them in a phone care. We are sent to the big man them house as take home a child. Remember, the little girl them, we they in the homes them, them a get sent up big man yard to take home a child. So big man can call and request for a little girl from the homes and then molest her and make it. Hey, money come out, can expose the system. And instead of the system, help money, they want to shut down the information and money can put out there. Money come out and expose the system. So the government system, the homes them, the pitney them, you have police where a sex officer pitney them at the homes, you have the pastor them at the church where the people, the girl them at the homes, the church where them provide for the girl them going at the homes. The pastor and them church there, and molest the girl them at the homes. You have superintendent and molest the girl them at the homes. You have the man who run the homes and molest the girl them at the homes. Monique say, the people them who run the homes them is a family, because the secret, the nastiness is so deep. I be a family get the job to continue to cover the dirty things we are going in the homes them. So these people are shit them a chat. On no cover on the nose when them people attack. Put something over on the nose.
They kept her there, and the whole child's life was just thing. The institutions that we have with our children and that we are spending money to pay staff to do are better, as I am convinced would be better served in helping a child diversion program and giving the children a chance to rehabilitate and become a part of society.
Okay.
I really want to
Thank you, Minister Dalrymple. Yes, Member Buchanan.
Chairman, I'm here to split justice. I don't know if you had my friend, State Minister Dalrymple, make a pitch for all the money to go to your ministry. but I will say this though.
Ministry of Education going to give us some.
I will say this though. For my friends, I did get the pleasure of reading your paper from last week. So if I sounding bright, it's because I had a platform which was led by you, and I congratulate you and appreciate you for that. I did say last week about Section 34, and all my colleagues are painstakingly saying they have a problem with it.
Yes.
It is about the uncontrollable minor. Yeah. I take State Minister Dalrymple's point that it is a process that we have to eliminate through legislation. Court orders ought to be for diversion and even placement. As a priority. Placement. And I don't know if I could ever coin the term uncontrollable parent, but so oftentimes it is an uncontrollable minor is an indication of that.
What we're going to do, Minister Buchanan, Samantha Eaton, who is from the
she's here. Okay.
office, we're going to ask her to bear in mind some of these discussions.
Right.
So that when we come to finally make decisions, she can guide us along. Okay, Samantha? And please have a look at the Fiji and Antigua Act, and there might be others, okay?
But just to say finally that Section 34, we collectively, even when you leave here, how to separate the uncontrollable minor in relation to even what court orders do when they interface in terms of sending them to homes is a last resort in light of what child diversion represents now and how we can strengthen that. Thank you.
Wonderful. You finished? You're going to let the officers...
The Child Diversion via the Child Diversion Act relies on the existence of a potential legal charge as a trigger of referral. Therefore, how to maintain the child diversion pathway for formal response where such offenses are no longer recognized within the context of a child being in conflict with the law merits further consideration. I would have made that point. The argument for decriminalizing sexual activity between minors may be driven by intention to remove the stigma and prevent criminalization of an activity seemingly prevalent among children, but it is crucial to also recognize that removing the legal penalties associated with such actions may not effectively address the underlying issues. So in fact, the decriminalization doesn't resolve the socialization, lack of education, or inadequate education around consent and relationship. Okay. So we're of the view
and that is at the end on page 43.
Yes, that's
okay,
correct.
No
so you will find the detail on it at page 42 to the end. And we recognize the supporting document that the committee, this House would have looked at in December of 2016, where it noted that a lengthy discussion by the committee, it made a certain recommendation about closing age group provision to prevent children within a certain age band from being criminalized in circumstances where they willingly engage in sexual activity with each other.
Okay, thanks.
The details of that, we will provide the documentation to Mr. Nash for circulation so you can be fully briefed.
Thanks, Julie. Yes,
Chairman, this particular concern, can I ask the team, have you had an opportunity to look at the legislative history, the process that took place when the Sexual Offences Act was first enacted in relation to this Section 10 provision? You haven't?
We have not gone through as far back as that,
okay.
But we are more than and do intend to do so, so that we can better inform the committee as we meet on
I really would appreciate if you would do some a focused look at that.
Yes.
I happen to have been very involved in that bill when it first came to the Parliament, and I have repeated this on many occasions, that the intent of the then legislators was never to criminalize for quote-unquote consensual sex between minors. It in fact was not a part of the contemplation at the time. It somehow ended up being drafted in a way that caused it to be interpreted in that way, and I agree that it does. But we have carried on for some time. We've sort of dragged this error into the 2026. This was 2008 when I participated.
And I'm really hoping, member, that in 2026 we can address it.
Yes, it's a lot, and in fact, I mean, it came to our attention sometime in the 20-teens, I believe.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask the team, for the benefit of those who keep repeating the narrative of the need for this, because it was first put in 2008, if they could just take a look at that, and I'm happy to have backdoor conversations with you about my experience and what we had been trying to do at the time.
We will most certainly.
Thank you, Member Gould. Now, a number of persons.
So at this point, we would like to invite, for you to hear, you'd have heard from Mr. Rodney, or parish
you decide to say who is going to.
Diversion officer. We would like to invite our Director for Child Diversion, Ms. Vanessa Clark, to give a synopsis on the program and what we're practically working with, and then Ms. Tiffany Case will share one or two testimonies on the success and the gaps that would have recognized.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon again, everyone. So because you already have an appreciation of what child diversion is in terms of the definition, you know, we focus on children between the ages of 12 and 17 who come into conflict with the law, and we want to ensure that they achieve their full potential as functional Jamaican citizens. In order for us to do this, we have to maintain the focus on the best interests of the child. So while we understand that they come into conflict with the law, we have to maintain the rule of law, but consider the best interests of the child. So I'm going to share with you what currently obtains, so you can get an appreciation of what is taking place. So child diversion is what we call a 7-step program, and it is initiated once an offense is committed or the child is suspected of committing an offense. And the list is in the schedule, but I wanted to pull out, some of them: noisy and disorderly conduct, damage to property, unlawful wounding, simple larceny, and some of the larceny suite, as well as other offenses at the court's discretion. Those include the uncontrollable children, as well as some who are in need of care and protection. For the program to begin, the child has to accept responsibility. That's the first step, because we're rooted in restorative justice, and in order for us to restore the relationship, you have to be able to take accountability for your role. That's the first thing. Secondly, the victim has to give their consent to the matter being referred to child diversion. Again, we believe that justice has to be balanced, and we cannot dictate what redress looks like to a victim. So we cannot tell them that though this child committed this offense against you, it must be sent to child diversion without your consent. The Act does allow, though, if the victim is being unreasonable, that the court can consider sending the matter without it requiring their consent. I want to plug here, though, too, that the Social Justice Division, while we include restorative justice and child diversion, there's also the arm called Victim Services. The Victim Services branch focuses on victims of crime, and as such, once a matter is being referred to child diversion, we also recommend that the matter is referred for the victim to Victim Services. The referral is sent to us by the court or the police, as was stated before, and this is where it gets interesting. So once the matter comes to us, we do a thorough assessment of this child. So when they come to us, an initial intake assessment will take us about 2 hours, sometimes maybe even more, because we're asking a wide range of questions. We want to know from the child what is happening, from the parent what is happening, and we ask them questions. At one point, we ask the parent to leave the room. And at another point, we ask the child to leave the room, because there are times when the child might be doing something that the parent doesn't know about. Or the child might be presenting and saying, no, I'm not doing this, but the parent suspects that the child is doing that. So that is an important part of what we do. Once we do the intake assessment, and we have the tool that was developed in partnership with DCS to determine their risk level, we then determine the diversion options that can be provided for this child. I'm going to mention a few of them. So school attendance, this would mean whether you're enrolling or re-enrolling in school, vocational training, and we have psychotherapy for the individual and the family, sexual and reproductive health education, drug screening, treatment and counseling, mentorship, that is a big one, I know Minister touts a lot. And in the last 2 financial years, we have trained over 230 mentors, thanks to the, what do we call it? The media campaign that we've had, and Minister leading the charge in terms of us trying to recruit mentors. Yes, so we want mentors for the child diversion program, because we believe that it is something that can help these young people. A lot of them have not seen positive influences outside of their communities and outside of their homes, and this is an opportunity that we get to do that as well.
And I just want to emphasize, you see, that even the mentors who offer themselves, they go through a strict tests, checks, because we don't want any anybody to be mentors. Indeed, to be frank with you, I try to encourage more JPs who have gone through the rigors. But to get anybody, you don't know which pedophile will offer themselves. So we are very careful about who are the mentors. All right, sorry about that.
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to clarify.
First, you have to tell me who I was child molester on an endorse in a parliament. If you want to make a bold statement like this, Mr. Turker, you have to tell we who the Senator Brown say una endorse child molester in a parliament. So if you want to make such a bold statement like this, we need to know who are the child molester in a parliament. Since I am so passionate about this, we need to know. And why you not release the sex offender registry? Eh? Since you're so passionate about these type of thing, why you not show us say you really want to do something about it? Release the sex offender registry. Eh? Release the sex offender registry. So you just a little hypocrite, you know. You just a little hypocrite, you want to look like you want bed.
So the interventions, the screening and so on, we have 14 parish offices. 11 of those are located at justice centers, where we share the center with the Restorative Justice Office, along with some of them the Office of the Customs. So, and we have some standalone offices that do the same thing as well. But we have 14 offices across the island. And as Minister mentioned, we ensure that we do vetting for our mentors and we train them, because we don't expect that you're going to come in as a, let's say for example, a coach. You have the information about coaching, but do you have the information about adverse childhood experiences and how that will impact the behavior and so on? So we try to provide that information so they're well equipped. So when they come and experience a child exhibiting behavioral issues, they can then provide the requisite support that is required. So restitution is also another area that we use, and we use restorative justice a lot. I think you can, because child diversion is rooted in restorative justice. So from time to time, we will find that matters, before they're referred to child diversion, the court will utilize restorative justice, or they'll ask the child diversion branch to make the referral to restorative justice. So once the child successfully completes the program, the stipulated program, and I want to indicate too that the listed treatments, it can be one or a combination of a few of them. And because of this, the programs
My advice to you see a lot of mother them in Jamaica, all of the parent them, where the government take on a picnic. Even if no picnic doing something bad, and no cut off a link and a business with them again, you don't need to go check up back on them and see if them in the system. You don't need to go check up back on the picnic when the government care. You don't need to take the time out and go check up back on the picnic where the government take from money from Wapi Kill fill up and see what's going on with them. No care when the picnic they do, no, you have to just put it aside and go check up. I want to get no contact with no picnic for much years. You don't need to go check up. Based on this file I will get but released in America, I think it is fair for you to go check up on the picnic. The file I release in America, you go check up on the picnic. Go check up on the picnic.
Individualized according to the risk factors that we identify for each child. As such, a program can last for 4 months, but it can also exceed a year. Because if we see that this child is in need of this, it matters to the referral source. It's not what we want to do, but in the best interest of justice and in time and the resources of the government, we have to return these matters for the formal judicial proceedings to take place. So non-compliance will look like not coming to, not coming to the sessions. You have to be re-enrolled in school. You're not going to school. You have to try to pass a drug test. You cannot pass a drug test. You continue to show a form of substance in your system, those things, and I want to be careful about what we say here. So we don't just return a matter once we identify that. We work with the police and the court and we try to get them to become compliant. So once we identify that this child is posing a challenge, we allow for a 6 months window to get this child back into formation. And if that doesn't work, we say to the court or the police, okay, you now have to re-intervene in this matter.
Sure.
I have a question. I just need some numbers so that I can get the context in my head right. How many children have you had under your program, and what percentage of that number completed the program?
We had it at the beginning.
I know. Can you just give me? Can you give? I wasn't here. I came late.
Yeah.
So just give me that number, please.
So we had 2,000 up to the end of January, we had 2,810, and we had 1,148 that completed the program. And you can understand, as Minister indicated, some are still in the program. Because of the nature of the program, it's not just a one one size fits all.
So,
Or returned. I do not have that stats right here, but I do know that it is over 300 that we have returned because of non-compliance. And when I say non-compliance, if something happens and it's outside of the control of the child, we don't hold that against them. So say, for example, there's Hurricane Melissa, we can't contact you. And there's four months pass and we still can't contact you. We're not going to say, because we can't contact you then. We will try to reach out to the police to see if they can do a community visit. We'll indicate to the court what is happening, and you don't lose your intervention because of the time that elapsed. I don't want to say definitively only 300. I will confirm and let the committee know.
Just one question.
Sure.
And it is in relation, I've been listening for some information. If it's there, please guide me to it. But are there children who enter the system but are not referred to child diversion? That was a figure which was, not present in my mind. So I wasn't clear on how many children are actually before the court or have committed infractions but do not get the benefit of the child diversion program. And I thought that additional data would have been helpful.
I think, to be fair, we have to get that from the court statistician, because they would only know the cases coming to child diversion. But I will ask Dr. Dennis
yes,
if...
I would really like it, because
Right.
it will give me a full...
A broader picture.
A broader picture of
Right.
what exactly is happening
Because
with the
I don't,
children.
you wouldn't have that information.
And the reasons,
No.
it might even be good to have the reasons
Why they
don't go into the
Yes.
program, so that we can strengthen the program.
Venetia, remind me to discuss with Dr. Dennis that broader number and just what percentage have been referred. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, continue.
So basically, that is the extent of my presentation. I will now turn. Okay.
Sure. Yes.
You mentioned briefly, Chairman. I wanted the qualifications for the mentors. You mentioned sometimes you use JPs, you use...
No,
I want a specific... what are the qualifications for these mentors? And have you ever had an issue with a mentor? Somebody who went through your checks and balances, however, something happened and he or she is no longer a mentor?
So I'll answer the last question first. Not to my knowledge, as in somebody being trained and there's an issue. None has been brought to my attention, but if it is, then the committees in the parishes usually can make the decision in terms of if this person can continue as a mentor. The mentors, we usually ask for them to complete at least high school education. They must have 1 year work experience. They must be willing to volunteer for a year, and their vetting should not return any adverse findings. So what we do, we cannot select from particular backgrounds because the children, their interests might vary. So one child might be interested in robotics, another child might be interested in track and field, another child might be interested in business, so they're from a wide cross-section, but we try to ensure that they have the basic educational level to be able to give us reports, because we ask them for reports in terms of their engagement, what is happening, and we try to, out of an abundance of caution, though I know Minister normally talks about, the relationship being established and so on, we try to ensure in our trainings, we ensure we tell them about what the do's and the don'ts of mentorship. So you don't cross that line, you're still a mentor and you're still mentoring a child.
What I should add to Member Smith is that it's a child diversion officer who is responsible for coordinating the relationship between the mentor and the child. So it is the child diversion officer who is in constant touch with that relationship, because the child diversion officer would choose a mentor that fits the behavior of the child.
Yes.
And then you get almost a regular report coming from the mentor, because the child diversion, you see, and that is, we had to double up the number of child diversion officers, because one child diversion officer may well be supervising 20, 30 cases. And in some parishes it's more. So we have had to, I think we now have 19 child diversion officers, but we have
24 post chairman, but
and we only have 19.
19 currently.
And a number of these child diversion officers sometimes move on, migrate. So we are always in training more child diversion officers. But their basic assessment is to work with the mentor on the child and also to assist in referring the child, if necessary, for psychological support and to report back to the ministry how the program is going.
Child diversion
Always.
managers, are they social workers?
So they're from they have social service background. So
okay.
you have a wide array of social service professionals.
Okay.
So you know they come from the school settings and so on. And just for clarity, I want the minister, if you permit me, to just quickly mention the child diversion branch is supported by firstly our principal director for the social justice division, who has oversight for child diversion. The director of the child diversion branch. We have 24 officer posts. 19 of them have been filled. We're recruiting for the additional posts because you know the turnover sometimes. We also have 2 clinical psychologists who have been very helpful in terms of helping us to be able to provide the interventions, as well as contracting psychologists and other entities to be able to do the assessments and provide the interventions that are required.
Sorry? Go ahead.
I was just asking if you have any forensic psychologists on board.
Not practicing, they do have the training. So we do have members of our team who are trained as such, but in terms of practice, they're practicing as child diversion officers. So in order for us to be able to do this, in the last 2 years, we have over 100 million being spent on the child diversion processes, particularly for our partnership with the National Council on Drug Abuse or psychologists that we have across the island. We have sessional psychologists that help us to provide the interventions for the children and the parents. We also do psychoeducational assessments, to determine what level this child is functioning at and if there is need for additional intervention or additional sessions to be able to provide for this. So we are supported through the budgetary allocation to be able to do those things as well.
Thank you, Benicia. Sure.
So I had one little question. In terms of your caseload for each officer, what's the standard you're working with? And why are you smiling? What's the caseload?
We are, best practice would be at least 30 to 1, but currently I know, especially for our St. Catherine office, we're over 60 to 1 office, and we have 2 officers in the office, Clarendon, St. James, the parishes, Kingston and St. Andrew, the ones that are, generally populated with more people, you have more cases being referred there.
Mm-hmm. There's no doubt that after these sessions, the likelihood is that if we widen the program, we may well need 3 or 4 officers in each parish, or at least some of the parishes. Mm-hmm. Finish?
Thank you, Minister. I will turn over to Ms. Case, who will now bring us through some of the, the concerns that we have in terms of the child diversion program once implementing on the ground.
Mr. Chairman, child diversion does far more than divert children from the formal justice system. It creates meaningful opportunities for rehabilitation, accountability, and transformation. Children and their parents are connected to essential services, as mentioned by my director, counseling, educational support, skills training, mentorship, and family interventions. These supports have significantly changed the trajectory of many lives. We have witnessed children once becoming repeat offenders return to school, gain employment, and re-engage positively with their communities. We have seen parents who felt overwhelmed, under-supported, access resources that strengthen the home environment through our parenting skills training sessions. The program recognizes that investing in the child also means investing in the family. One former participant shared his experience. After being charged at age 16 for assault, he was referred to the child diversion program. Through counseling and mentorship, he learned to manage his anger and make better choices. Today, he proudly serves in the Jamaica Defense Force, grateful for a second chance. Mr. Chairman, this is not an isolated story. It reflects many success stories unfolding across our parishes. By addressing harmful behaviors early and strengthening families, we are reducing reoffending, building safer communities, and shaping a more productive nation. However, Mr. Chairman, while the successes are significant, there are challenges at the parish level. Increasingly, children deemed uncontrollable are being referred to the program for behavioral issues that are not criminal offenses. This creates difficulty in applying the traditional accountability measures within the justice framework, while still providing meaningful intervention. Also, Mr. Chairman, a child having successfully completed the requirements of his child diversion program met all of the requirements for the JCF, only to be notified that there were adverse findings in his background check that he committed an offense. This occurrence contradicts the intent of the child diversion program. Despite this, Mr. Chairman, the child diversion officers continue to work closely with families, schools, and social services agencies to guide these children toward positive outcomes. Thank you.
Good. Right. Thank you very much. Yeah. I must admit, I hear these comments regularly from many child diversion officers. And one of the things which, I'm going to be asking every now and then a couple others from different parishes to come in and give us one or two of the examples of stories. Mr. Levy, you gave us a very good one. Sorry.
I want you to allow my colleague beside me to say exactly what she turned around and just said, because I believe it ought to be.
Chairman, the other day a colleague minister of yours told me that I'm a hard marker, and I am. But I had to turn around and tell my colleague a while ago, I've never seen anything like this before. I'm really blown away by this team that has delivered this presentation today.
I want to thank, and I told you you're in for a treat because...
Yeah, I am, and I did not have the opportunity to read it before, but I will be reading before the next session so that I can have my questions ready for you, because this is what I've been praying for, that joint select committees would treat it with. So I understand Mrs. Chevans and Mrs. Wigan. I see the two of them looking like they were proud mothers as they saw their team members delivering their presentation. But I want to say, and I really hope other teams are paying attention, because I have had occasion to sit in a joint select committee and have ministries or departments come, and I was embarrassed for them because they came ill-prepared, they came with a sense of laissez-faire, and this team has come here today, obviously prepared as a team, not just as individuals, but as a team, and they have delivered to us a very comprehensive document that I am going to do it the honor and respect of really combing through it, as my colleague, Member Buchanan, has done. And I really thought it was important, Chair, and I'm sorry to take away from the substance of the committee, but this is not normal, and it has to be recognized.
No, and I want to thank you again on behalf of the draft, the person responsible. You haven't heard from her, but I had to interrogate her about it. And you could see the detailed examination of everything, and when you read it, you will be impressed. We want to wrap up. Mr. Levy, you said you had another. Yeah? You want to tell us of another example? Yes, and we wrap up with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. I said, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. I am almost becoming emotional, just listening to your stories and the response from the committee members. However, child diversion is not only reactive, although by nature it would seem that way, but there's a proactive element to child diversion, and I cite one example of a child that came to us. Bright boy, doing well in school, and involved in sexual intercourse with one of his peers at school. When they, pardon me? Yes, they were in an intimate relationship, right? And so when he came and we did the assessment, we realized that the sexual encounter was not his real issue, because his father was shot and killed. At age 12.
Oh no.
He started interacting with negative peers, and a range of layers of incidents that were affecting his life. And through, there were many criminogenic factors that came out as a result while doing the assessment. And through the intervention, the various interventions, we were able to address those needs. And so I don't want it to seem as if that committing a crime is positive. But hadn't that offense been committed and he come to child diversion, we would have seen it was a real criminal in the making. But we were able to capture, Mr. Chair and committee members, capture all of those things and put a
guidance and stuff.
Provide guidance. And he turned his life around. I mean, I wouldn't say 360 degree, but a 180 degree. It turns around. And so I believe that child diversion, in my opinion, is one of the best things that happened to children in Jamaica in this time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Levy. No, there are many, many more stories, and we'll give you some actual examples without trying to reveal too much, as you appreciate, because of the confidentiality of children, the background of children. But you can see, members, how important the program is. On Thursday at 10 o'clock, we have Jamaicans for Justice making their presentation. Again, I would invite you to read their report. They're critical, but also very supportive of the program. And I think it's useful to read it and then to do some questioning also during their presentation. But the team will also be here. And if there are underlying questions at the end of after the Jamaican for Justice presentation, we are going to open up so you can ask some questions on the document which you would have had a chance to read by then. The other point is that so far we have had at least 3 other institutions that have asked for presentation: the Children's Advocate, the CPFSA, and Hear the Children Cry, and the Ministry of Education. So on Thursday, we have to find a couple more dates. I'm thinking, colleagues, just bear this in mind, Mr. Nash, that Thursday is what, the 26th? Next week, Tuesday, we don't have Parliament. I'm just wondering if we could also meet again next week, Tuesday at 2 o'clock. Huh? Then they finish by 2. They go all day.
They're listed to finish at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, then we go 2. So tentatively, we confirm on Thursday if we can continue the following Tuesday, next week Tuesday. Okay? We can confirm on Tuesday, on Thursday if that is convenient. Thanks again, members, and thanks for a wonderful session, team. So team, thanks again for your presentation. Others will speak again over the next few weeks. Thanks again for being here. Meeting adjourned.
Yeah, my viewers and subscribers make me connect up the right way. Hold on, in the meantime.
Yeah. Day to the R and the
Dummy on the beat, so it's a bang.
Oh, them so thief. 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 Tough turn a thief, bombas a thief. Julechi a thief, Roda a thief. Fly Green a thief, Desmond a thief. Babsy a thief, Harishang a thief. Whole ministry in the party a thief. 1 PM make us a blood clot thief. Pay corruption, all police and soldier thief. Jamaica something wrong. Millions and billions, the whole of them a thief. Now them want raise tax, make the highland grieve. When the boy long and poor man get the squeeze. We a march to a king's house and go down the street. 80 million per market me. Then I saw home girl, look up pussy sweet. No bed no in at the hospital. Panic concrete, me see the patient. Them asleep. Them a chop right, them a chop left. 1.4 beef for the bus. Shit bag, barrel. Remember you try thief, put to barrel. Kill Diana, stuff sharp man in a barrel. Melissa money come Jamaica pussy will service. So no take and give them. Who no know we nah no us, we nah no us. A thief, Roda a thief. Fly Green a thief, Desmond a thief. Babsy a thief, Harishang a thief. Whole ministry in the party a thief. 1 PM make us a blood clot thief. Pay corruption, all police and soldier thief. Jamaica something wrong. Joe will solid a mafia gang for this man cause sweet Jamaica land. Killer for youths and not take away land. How come so much court up on the island? By the judge, police and soldier man. Black corruption, you and your big foot girl. Dictator, little tyrant. Devil in the flesh,
Yeah, man. Just like that. And I feel like I just want to start, big up on myself now. I feel like I want to start this thing here with Asha 11. I want to hear this from Asha 11. Listen this.
Good fire your blaze. One eye but me never get big up yourself, talk your mind, talk of the press, my warriors, man. Good fire your blaze. One eye but me never get to catch you alive, my brother. Yeah man, big up yourself. But Jamaican people don't know see that war go on in Jamaica. How the police them go around and they kill off the people them. You could be old, you could be young. People let we put PMP and labor right aside and stand up for the future of our kids them. Because this blood clot government, this wicked blood clot boy, this we say my PM, because he's not a prime minister. Yeah, because we can pronounce the PM one different way. You see me? Give orders and this little batty boy or race chang. You see me? We give orders to shoot, to kill. See? You know, so what them do with people them? We young people them. Me I tell the people at Jamaica, you know, don't follow these little batty boy and batty girl where they on social media and not give no false information, you know. Labor right or PMP are undecided or non-voter is not safe under blood clot and Jones and the police force and in a Jamaica and in gunman them. Let me tell you that. Unu check right now. What is going on? The labor right police them going around taking orders to you know, unalive certain people. Some of who them are killing, you know, was aligned with them and do things and they cover them track for the politician them. Yeah, so they get out certain people. Either you have a gun or you don't have a gun. One is going to prepare for you. You see what I say? Look at that old man with emerald. You think old man are going to see so much police are coming and him go pop out gun and point at them? What do you think? But let me tell you now, my people, there was only one done in every garrison. Labour Right and PMP, one done. You see me? The MP. Because the MP control the Dan in the era and him give order to the Dan. And when he give order to the Dan give orders to the foot soldier because remember the MP support the Dan. Yeah, take care of him financially with everything. You see what I say? So any violence in any era, the MP them can stop it. They want it to go on. You see what I say? Because it look like that man must do something. Or him say something, or him go align himself with somebody that, you know, they don't feel good about. You see me? And they matter about 600,000 reward money and people in the area. The whole blood clot, who don't know how. Who don't know how. No man no come in our area. If you no same foot so. But a long time I shall tell you, you know, say, you know, safe, you know. Talk your mind at half of the press, you know. Neither the woman them, neither the little girl child them, neither the little boy child them do not safe in a Jamaica under the Jamaica Labour Party. Me talk this a Labour Party. Andrew Owen is a Labour Party. You know so much people dead underneath for him ruling in a Jamaica, how much poor people to blood clot. And all we are telling you say, unite. You see me? Divide with we must blood clot fall and we is going to fall and live as a slave. Unite and we shall stand strong.
Remember that.
We have about 20,000 police out there and soldier. You know, where this government control and I send them around, go murder the little poor people them. Then how are we? Let's stand up for the future of our children to come. But them said, want to lose blood clot all. And let me ask Jamaican people, because I said some blood clot dunce people in Jamaica, me I tell you to pussy clot, and some people, when you see them on social media, give the people them wrong information, lightning and thunder, judgment when that blood clot they come, you know, pounding, you know. You see me? I got asking something. What $3,000 could buy in 2016 when Porsche in a power? See? Tell me if $20,000 right now can buy it in the supermarket. But yet no tax. Nigel Clark come tell you first in the history of Jamaica that we don't have to collect any blood clot tax. Yeah man. And remember, before election, they boast that they don't have to collect no tax because they how much money they have and them well ahead and see now they can tax poor people again. But I am saying to those people that in foreign that Andrew Onis is calling back to come back and breed up. Most 3/4 on the way up the whole no blood clot can't breed again. I want to get picnic. You see me? See? I remember before 2020, if you pass 20 women on the road, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them are breed. After 2020, no woman nah breed. I see him where they are foreign to. Same way after 2020, uno picnic them won't get up there. Nah go get no picnic because they already fixed already. You know where Andrew want this one? Uno pe come down con lodge no money down here. So you can dip in blood clot, long hand in fimble hand. How no money you want, you know, you tell you if you come home, you know. Yeah. Take them one, take. But you see, I shall always tell you know, that this government prime minister are acting like a dictator, Papa Dax. We do not know what changed in the constitution, you know. You see me? So, the prime minister might be a dictator right now, be the president, you see me? And what these people do, you know, see, is that they use the police force and the army, member out of it, to intimidate the people, to drive fear in the people. That's what Papa Dax used to do. I'm telling you, if you go do a research on it, you jump around and talk about the best government and the best prime minister. Him do not care about Labour right now, PMP or non-voters or nothing. All him care about Is the guys them that him serve, you see me, that him feel say can protect him, that will leave him one day and drop him on his face like a... But I am wondering why the finance minister and the prime minister and the government of the Jamaica Labour Party don't tax the land them. Because remember, you know, and them control most of the land in Jamaica now. 3/4 of the land in Jamaica now controlled by the Jamaica Labour Party and them friend them. You see what I say? Instead of tax the sweet, why you do not stop the drinks from entering Jamaica, them sweet drinks there? You see me? Because what? No. You know that the poor people can't afford nothing else but sweet drinks. So they will buy more. So you can get to dig out them blood clot yai. You remember the rest was the talk, spend how much millions of dollars, same as stop the people them from bringing the sweet drinks them to the children them at the school because them all bring different drinks. Remember? When you remember people? I hope till now they don't stop it. But the speed where Andrew are going on with money, them have a disease, a money disease, a sickness. Yeah, man. And him is the Capatula of Jamaica. Yeah. Andrew. And the minister them is the Capatula of Jamaica. And yet, these fully done labor right can't see. Because they're fully done, you know. And two they love them belly. That's why Andrew did say, he can turn you up anytime he want. Yeah, because him walk 10, 1, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock at night and give them 10,000 and 20,000 in a shirt. You see it? And before them come give a landslide, some of them go vote with him and making thief there the rest of seat. But Labour right, remember in a Labour Party, on a Buster Manti, like the Prime Minister. Then Donald Sangster win. And through Donald Sangster deal with the poor people and poison him a one function when go Labour right function, Labour right poison him. Then give to Ushira says shoot Rasta first and ask question after. Remember Rasta there hide in the back bush, you know. Rasta couldn't dip on front page, you know. Anyway then see Rasta then beat Rasta, you know, kill them, you know. You hear me say, lock them up, you know, trim them, you know. Remember, you know, when Michael Manley win, Rasta couldn't go nowhere at all. And Michael change it and say, everybody, India and China, all of them up tall here. So the Rasta man, the African must can carry them. And any police who trim a Rasta before him go in at the Queen Council guard room, him go send them a prison. Remember him make poor man picnic and go high school. So Andrew Wanis could go to high school and college and come back now, come turn prime minister. So you see, in the 70s, Manley make a lot of poor people live a better life. See, I got fuck Jamaica left, right, and center to win the 80 election. Yet them poison all flour give to kill off poor people. Them burn down evening time in the home. All kind of fuckery. Then go on with. Michael Manley did have to call a state of emergency for lock up Babsy Grains and Purnell charged because they was committing the amount of hazard where them people commit shooting left, right, and center with gangster. And when Manley lock them up, the shooting stop. Me I tell you now. You see me? Them lock down in the private sector, they lock down all of them business with the food in it and people couldn't get it. And Jamaican people, so me know Jamaican people, they love them belly. You see me? And them vote in Siaga. And we see
Rasta going to some history. But me queue up something for you tonight again. I want to take in this. So, I want to hear this.
Performance.
I want to take in.
Because
I
I tell you,
different phone.
I'm a chess player. I'm a chess player.
Listen.
I'm a chess player. So we knew that they were coming with this because they have been trying to take our 2016 playbook. They don't understand the playbook. And I think they overplayed their hands. But one of the reasons why I did it, however, and I'm glad you asked the question, because, you know, the PNP claims to be a socialist party. And socialist parties are more about redistribution rather than creation. So they take what is in the society and they take it from one set and they give it to other. Normally, socialist societies take from the rich and give to the poor. Take from the rich and give to the poor. Take from the rich and give to the poor. Take from the rich and give to the poor. Take from the rich and give to the poor. Take from the rich and give to the poor. Take from the rich and give to the poor. There are two instances which I think the public should look at very carefully.
A community in the Lower Huddersville division of St. Catherine is now distressed after getting notices to leave government land in 2 months. Some people have been living on the land in question for more than 50 years.
I am totally upset. Me not sleep last night. Me can't sleep.
We have to live somewhere on earth. We cannot live in the sky. We can't live on the sea.
The residents, along with their member of parliament, are begging government for mercy and dialogue. An entire community has been left worried since last evening when several residents received notices demanding that they pack up their belongings and leave the property within the next 2 months. Some of the residents have been living there for more than 50 years. The rural community, which has more than 100 households, is known as Pleasant Hill or Hog Pond and is located near Pennington District in the Lower Huddersville division.
This is Andrew Wellness, I take from the poor, I give to the rich, you know. This is Andrew Wellness, we have problem with the PNP policy, we take from the rich and give to the poor. So this is what Andrew Wellness do, take from the poor and give to the rich. This is what Andrew Wellness is all about. Oh no, look.
Division of St. Catherine. The residents told the Beacon that they were stunned last evening when they saw a man driving through the community, handing out the notices for them to vacate the land by December 6 or be removed forcibly.
And they look up poor people in Jamaica support the Jamaica Labour Party. When the Jamaica Labour Party designed to take things from the poor and give to the rich. PNP take from the rich and make the poor them enjoy. Labour, look up poor Labour and we are struggle. Support a policy we take from them to make the rich people them better off. That's what the Labour them vote for. For the government take everything from them to make the people them uptown live good. PNP is none of that. The people them downtown and the rural part to live good. The Labour right them support a policy we are turning them in a cruff. Look what Andrew Wellness do.
The notice, dated October 6, 2022, accuses the residents of illegally occupying the land. The notice also bears the signature purportedly of the lawyer representing.
Over 50 odd years, them people live on the land, you know. From them sugar land. Over 50 odd years, 60 odd years, them people live on the land, you know. And these are the land where Andrew Wellness are go around and I try to take back from the poor people, them, figure rich people, them, figure China and the Indian them are coming out of the country.
The Commissioner of Lands. One of the residents affected, Andre Duhaney, said that the government authorities had been in discussion with residents about becoming legitimate owners of the land.
I'm a resident of Pleasant Hill, Lower Huddersville, otherwise Providence. I'm living in this area for over 30 years with my family. We built our house here, have our children and everything here. Before the last election, they came in, Mr. Amos came and said we are to apply for sending application towards the land. We did so, and they sent out some persons from Land Authority to us. And they came, they walk around and they do an inventory, saying they want to know what is on the property. And they walk around each and every person with everybody's name on it. They said the next person that would be coming would be surveyor, and they're not gonna push people off the land. They're gonna do it just the way that you have the piece of land. And yesterday, only to see Land Authority come here, we expecting to hear that the land is ready to survey, that people can get a title. Only to see them come with this letter showing that we are to evacuate the land. And this is what the letter says to us by the 6th of December. Where we are going by the 6th of December. This can't work. It can't happen. We expect them to come and have a dialogue with us. Nobody come to talk to us more than to bring an eviction letter. I am totally upset. Me no sleep last night. Me can't sleep.
Another resident, Frederick Moyton, said he has been living on the roadside land since 1972 or for 50 years now. It's where he raised all his children and invested everything he worked for.
This situation can't right through, man. This is a bad idea. So which part will I live? Family find this land and don't kill me have. The children, them 6 children and 7 grand now. So this condition can't right through, man. So where will I live?
I go and come in last night and make one hearsay letter, drop off it towards land and property. So we trespass from property where we live here much years. So if the government want the land or want we live better, enough to just think there, just get the land severe and make it take time pay for it. We can't pay for the land where we not think there, where we not severe or we don't know how much we are pay for. You understand? So right now when me here now, it's like a knife under my belly. Because then get me ignorant, you see me? And so if we move off the land, where we all move go? Yeah?
Residents in this and other communities in the Loidersville division have had to struggle hard for decades to become legitimate landowners in an area steeped in sugarcane plantation history. The land in question was once owned by the nearby Worthy Park Sugar Estate. Residents claimed that late former Prime Minister Michael Manley acquired the property in what was his thrust to have more working-class citizens become landowners. A number of small farmers planted sugarcane on the land and supplied the crop to Worthy Park.
I can't believe the people them sit down say, you know. For all this, you know. Remember, you hear how long the man say him live on the land, much pitney and grand pitney him live on the land. The man live on the land before Andrew born. The man lived on the land before Andrew was born. And Andrew was born and I can't give him an eviction notice. Mark Golden, all of these people would have them land tiger and can do whatever they want to do. And at the end of the day, you know, I still Mark Golden go save these people, you know. Mark Golden and Isaac Buchanan, you know, go save these people, you know. Mark Golden and Isaac Buchanan. Go, hey, I'm not going to listen.
Sugar estate. As the years go by, and in times when the prices of sugar plunged, the small cane farmers started building homes or selling the land for relatively low prices to potential house builders. There is virtually no cane left on the property. More and more houses are being built, now more than ever.
We have to live somewhere on earth. We can't live in the sky. You understand? We can't live on the sea.
Most of the new houses are being built by hard-working and ambitious young people from the area. Now they fear losing everything. Like many of the residents, Member of Parliament for St. Catherine Northwest, Hugh Graham, is asking the government for lenience and dialogue.
I came to meet with the residents and I am talking to the government people because I want the background of why they are doing this. So when I meet with the residents, I am able to explain the government's position, especially because I understand their position. Whether I agree with their position is certain, I don't know. But at least I need to know. I am the Member of Parliament for North West St. Catherine, and they haven't spoken to me. Nobody has called me to say, this is what is happening, this is what we're going to do, and these are the reasons why we're doing it. Very, very out of order, very unprofessional approach. As upset as the residents are, even more upset.
The notices were served on the same day that agents of the state demolished some houses built on government land at Clifton in the Portmore area of St. Catherine. The residents here in Loidersville Division, trapped in an anxious wait, are hoping that they won't end up suffering the same fate. In Loidersville Division, this is...
A school principal has been arrested and charged with the illegal sale of government lands in Clifton, near Bernard Lodge in St. Catherine, police confirmed Tuesday night. The accused, identified by the police as Sulin Ward Brown, principal of Jamaica China Goodwill Infant, located on Olympic Way in St. Andrew. She has been charged with breaches of the Proceeds of Crime Act, Law Reform Fraudulent Transactions Special Provisions Act, and Common Law Conspiracy to Defraud Act. Police said the accused will be brought before the court at the earliest possible date. At the same time, police said at least 3 other individuals of interest are under investigation in connection with the illegal Clifton land sale, which caused the firestorm early in the month when 10 structures on the lands owned by the Sugar Corporation of Jamaica, SCJ Holdings, were demolished. Holness would ordered a full investigation into the illegal land sale when he addressed Parliament last Tuesday. Said criminals were involved in the capturing and sale of government-owned lands. In the case of Clifton, the notorious Klansman gang was fingered. It is alleged that a top-ranking member of the Klansman gang was involved in transactions for the properties with people desperate to own their own homes. Reports are that the sale of lands and construction went ahead despite notices posted on the property.
When you look, this them I use, I lit down the people in house. When you look, see people in house, the way them I use it and lit down. When I penetrate here, so watch over there, so them I lit down over there, so look.
I know when I hear nothing about this teacher woman, you know.
Is that?
I know when I hear nothing about Andrew and his teacher friend. I know when I remember this woman is a criminal, you know. We need to hear, if no sentence date that they fear or something, because this was should do a big ever fraud this time, you know. Big ever fraud, you know. Can I believe this a principal, you know, this a teacher, you know. Take up our land, I sell our land. Behind my back. Eh? I know she alone tonight, you know. Cause she Andrew is a good friend. And the way Andrew is love money. And the amount of corruption with Andrew is, you know. And for the simple fact of the matter, say Andrew and this lady are close. Me honestly, me have a feeling say she could have shared the money with Andrew Wellness. Like this is like a local scam them plan to scam the people out of their money. Because remember these things that these houses not just build overnight. These houses did have build for a while. Remember I know like them build the house in a secret, you know. The house are built day and night. Anytime they have money, they work on their house. So the system knows so them a build. But because this government wicked, you know.
Criminal elements have acquired lands in this space. They have sold those lands. They're purported to sell those lands to unsuspecting persons who have been in the process of construction at varying stages. The information that we have is that that construction process, the necessary orders were given by the government of Jamaica to cease and desist. The construction has continued and it's now reached the point of demolition. Again, we are just here in our capacity as law enforcement.
They are resident of here?
John George side.
Okay.
But me recently, I hear about land selling over here and I come back.
So why them not say the teacher, man? Why them not say criminal element? Them say the school principal in Andrew Wellness constituency. You think this is why accident she come from Andrew Wellness constituency?
A piece of land.
How much you pay for that land?
800,000.
How far did you reach?
I take it up out of the ground. We spent 400,000 including the workman for the foundation and body, the steel, the cement and the blocks.
Okay.
Me I go look work just to come to your workman. And everything, see that everything gone. You know what to do no more.
So the $800,000 that you pay for the land, who you pay to?
Me pay to my hairdresser introduce me to the man. And me get the receipt, then give them me TRN and my ID and they turn up the receipt give me. They send the receipt give me. Nobody not give me no look one, no look no give me. No.
I say people in Jamaica have ambition. Jamaican people should chaff fire. If Mark Golding manifesto come to light. Because see it, she got the opportunity to get a piece of land and she had work on a build her house. Only more people have the same type of mindset. So Mark Golding manifesto should have make Jamaican people a chaff fire. The manifesto alone should have never make Andrew Wellness go back in a parliament. Mark Golding manifesto.
I thought me just a pause and so I tell me so them a lick down the plane. Me just have to herb for go work. I see that herb for go work. I change and let me go work in the mountain because I not have it come here see if it belongs so. So I don't know what to do.
What will happen to the persons who will now lose their houses?
I can't speak to that. Not in the capacity to speak to that. I'd put that question to the GOJ.
How many houses are we talking about?
I know that 30 houses or 30 construction projects have been underway at various stages of completion. My information is that not all of them were set for demolition today. You'd have to speak with the other representatives for greater detail on that matter. I know that there are occupants who are in homes at this time. Our information is that unoccupied, unfinished homes were to be demolished today. Again, there are homes that are occupied process. There are homes that are not occupied, but they are near completion. They are not the subject of this process either. But the details of that, you'd have to speak to the relevant authorities.
Any resistance?
No, actually there's been no resistance today. There have been persons voicing their displeasure. There have been persons expressing their frustration, their anger, varying ranges of emotion. And you know.
This evening with a developing story. A school principal has been charged for a number of breaches in relation to the unlawful sale of lands in the Bernard Lodge area of St. Catherine. Now, police sources say Sulin Ward Brown has been charged with breaches of the Proceeds of Crime Act, POCA, Law Reform Fraudulent Transactions Special Provisions Act, and the Common Law Conspiracy to Defraud. TVJ News also understands that there are at least 3 other persons of interest in relation to this matter, and the investigations are ongoing. Now, several persons have forked out hundreds of thousands of dollars to purchase the illegal lands. Recently, unfinished structures were demolished while the Prime Minister last week encouraged the owners of the finished homes to cooperate with investigators.
Like me, a mother of 3, living in a rent house that rent raised every 3 months. I am very uncomfortable. Building an 8-bedroom here for my kids. And before you even come and say something, they even say that we were issued with a warning. It was a lie. That was a lie, and it was written from the person. That is also a lie. No, and they didn't find out how we got the land. It wasn't captured by me. I paid for my land.
Okay.
I paid 3 times because I couldn't afford it 1 time.
Oh, you made down payments, installments.
Right.
Okay.
I got my receipts.
When we examined the situation, we only acted when we were certain that certain steps were taken. So we had the evidence of the posting of stop orders. I will. So no,
that's a lie.
Please.
I'm going to respond to her very quickly, and then a
allow
lady
the
there.
lady's question to be answered.
Right.
Please.
I'm going to respond to her very quickly, and then a
allow
lady
the
there.
lady's question to be answered.
Right. So that's one. Then number 2, the land that you claim to purchase, right? The government would want to know which arm of the government.
These 10 people live here. So you want to say everybody around here.
If so was the all the soldiers them enter so
all the soldiers them enter so peaceful. And then this is the point.
They couldn't enter if that was the case. No gunman, no
lie them tell.
So you're
he's a liar.
Now, the police say they were not met with resistance while in the space. However, communication strategist with the JCF, Dennis Brooks, says the illegal sale of lands is another way of scamming citizens and using the proceeds to fund illicit activities.
The modern criminal organization has managed to acquire funds in various ways, and persons sometimes wittingly or unwittingly are supporting criminal organizations and their acquisition of ill-gotten gain. We cannot allow it to set root and take effect, and then in retrospect we would at some time in the future say, if we had only.
Yeah, man, come back and a woman and Andrew Wallen experience for real, man. Come back a man and parents, brother. Because watch you feel like Andrew Wallen is poor people in the family. You know, once a man go live in family also. Right now, Andrew Wallen is right now a family where we need a house just like how we need a house now. Eh? Come back a prison, we go live and make soldiers and police run we down. The soldiers and police never run down my young boy for we. Then them have to catch me. Me a whole man. Me can run for soldier and police right now, especially soldier. Eh? Andrew Wallen,
we are here in the United Kingdom in London on the second leg of our diaspora tour, but we've been following the events happening in Jamaica concerning the residents of the community of Clifton and St. Catherine quite closely. And we're very concerned that the government should be without due process and without thinking about the impact on the lives of families who are affected, demolishing people's homes without notice, adequate notice, or any arrangements as to what is to happen to them. Now, I'm not commenting on whether or not they have followed the right procedures.
Hear that?
They may have been victims of fraudsters, whatever it may be. But these are Jamaican citizens who have invested in building homes where their families live. And to just come there and demolish their homes without considering the impact you're having on their lives is cruel and oppressive. And we call on the government to stop doing this, and before they proceed with any such thing, have proper arrangements in place to minimize the negative impact on the lives of these vulnerable people. It cannot be that in the 21st century, the government, which is elected to protect the people, should be treating them in such a callous and mean way.
And the government is being criticized for being reactive.
If you don't know the law, seek the people around you who advise you to tell you about the law. It's not a requirement that everybody is a lawyer, but seek proper counsel before you go and do things and before you step on the highest platform in the land and make utterances that you can't take back properly.
Greetings. I'm in London, but I've been following closely the events concerning the demolition of people's homes in Clifton, St. Catherine, and I want to give you an update of what took place today. This afternoon, a team from the People's National...
You know, see exactly where Andrew want to start about at the start of the video. He say, the PNP take from the rich and give to the poor. I know see what happened here, so Andrew want to smash down the people them house, you know. And when you check a stock, we hear say Juliet owners own the land. And you never hear about it. So Andrew owners don't like the PNP because them take from the rich and give to the poor. And the JLP take from the poor and give to the rich. I mean, I said, we hear it is alleged that Juliet owners own the land. It is alleged that Juliet owners own the land. So I can't believe it Labour right to cleanse in absence. Vote for a corporation. We take from them and hand over what they have to the rich. And that then support. That is why they must suffer from selfish symptom.
Party, led by one of our vice presidents, Mayor Norman Scott, visited the residents of Clifton. Other members of the team were MP Fitz Jackson, Patricia Duncan Sutherland, Isaac Buchanan, and councillors Lawrence, Harris, Benjamin, Rose, Wint, Preddy, Garrix, Burke, and councillor candidate Chambers. Our team were warmly greeted and welcomed by the residents, and the discussion centered on the demolition of their homes, the impact on their lives.
We're not going to hear a flag greens at the end of that video. We're not listening to hear a flag green.
Our councillors will come together to assist the residents with a contribution of funding towards their legal fees to seek full compensation. An attorney, Isaac Buchanan, will be assisting in legal representation on their behalf.
I want to see who really care about the people and the party that care about the people.
Sutherland is sourcing counseling services for the residents, many of whom are traumatized by this callous and wanton act by the government against vulnerable citizens who it ought to be protecting. We also intend to take other action against the government's egregious practice of evicting people and destroying their homes without due process and without providing suitable alternate accommodation and compensation for their lost investment. Time come.
Mr. Fitzjackson, you had that, and you remained deafeningly silent while your party leader put his 2 feet in his mouth. Your party spokesperson put her 2 in her mouth, and the other one, Buchanan, put his 2 feet in his mouth and embarrassed themselves. So I want to ask you this morning, Mr. Jackson, don't you speak to your leader, the opposition leader and the party leader, Mark Golding? Did he not call you and say, well, Fitz, this is developing. What is happening here? Tell me. We need to make a statement on it. We need to take a position on it. You tell me. You guide us. Yeah? That is politics 101. Yeah, politics 101. Now this morning, having heard the Prime Minister, Mr. Jackson, yesterday, yes, can you square that with what the opposition leader said on the weekend? Yeah? He intends to take, says the PNP intends to take other action on behalf of the residents. In addition, the women's movement will be seeking counseling services for the residents. Which resident? Which resident? Nobody was confused. Huh? Nobody wasn't evicted. So which resident you're going to provide counseling and legal services for?
Oh no, yeah, that's confused.
Huh? Politics of this is, doesn't Fitzjackson speak with Mark Golding? They don't speak. Do they? This could have saved another own goal by Marky G.
It cannot be that children are made to be punished for where they live. For certainly, children also occupied the houses that were demolished. Was there sufficient notification given? Did the administration exercise all available options? How can it sit well with us in a modern democracy to see women, mothers, and others literally terrified at the sight of their homes being demolished? No. Nobody wants to have a situation where a majority of Jamaicans are described as squatters. And also, nobody wants to support a system where hoodlums and others sell land to vulnerable persons and don't have the authority to sell same lands.
Andrew and his best friend still land them.
The punishment must be to those persons that seized and sold lands that did not belong to them, and arrangements can be made for those who are twice now victims.
And that so-called Cliff Hughes trying to say out and think mouth. I say the principal to compensate back everybody who should take money from, but we should sell land, we're not fair. So when it comes to Andrew Willis and the Labour Right Party, Cliff Hughes don't have a problem for indulging in corruption. When it comes to Andrew Willis and the party there, that look like corrupted group here,
of the initial scam and victims of the heartless way in which their homes were demolished and they were removed from their homes. Did the children affected choose the families into which they were born? Did the children affected choose to construct the houses in which they lived?
Why, me? I say me only sorry to them thief out Raymond Price because Raymond Price is good, you know. And there be one little piece of fire upon them too, you know. I love him articulate him thing when I deal with him thing, you know. Go on, listen, Jenna.
That there was no other route the administration could take?
We didn't remove any houses from the reserved area or incomplete structures. So this lie.
See, man, I will say, him not like the PNP, because PNP take from the poor, from the rich and give to the poor. And him take from the poor and give to the rich. Hear him now.
It circulated that people were evicted.
Of course.
No one was evicted.
I'm sure, man, people evicted.
No one.
People get evicted, man.
We were very careful and
very
we made
careful
sure to stay well within.
What do you mean, say very careful? So he's a monster man, you're part of this plot. He's part of this plot. Oh, you're very careful. And Darrell Vaz say if you get him, we can get you. If we get Darrell Vaz say, anyway, we get Darrell Vaz, we get you. So Darrell Vaz say.
What was legally required of permission. So we didn't destroy any complete structures. We didn't destroy any structure that anyone was visibly occupying. We didn't throw out anybody's furniture. Our information is that unoccupied, unfinished homes were to be demolished today. Again, there are homes that are...
The reason the notices were issued was we realized that there became a pattern where persons were selling land to new persons there. So the intention of the government is for those persons who have been there. They've been there for a very long time. The government bought the land from the Worthy Park Estate in about 1988, and those persons were on the land, many of them at the time when we purchased the land. So the intention has always been to regularize.
What do people saying they get eviction notice?
The eviction notice is a attempt to...
What do you mean about when we purchased the land? What do you mean we who? We who? What the hell is this guy talking about when time from 1985 when we purchased the land? We who? You know the Jamaican people no land, brother? 2,000 acres and Jonas took up and give China them. And how much strong Jamaican people house? We are talking about.
Get people to come into us, to give us their information, to say...
So they give an eviction notice?
We have been trying.
There could be any other way of getting
there
attention.
Have been many attempts.
Town hall.
There have been many attempts.
Letters.
There have been many attempts.
There's no attempt.
Engage with persons in the area to get them to come in.
So let me
to regularize
You're
themselves.
saying there was no intention to act. There's no intention to actually evict
so
them.
There's a process.
This is your way of getting their
there's
attention.
a process. There's a
Mr.
process.
Morgan, that's can't right.
Allow me to finish.
I will.
There's a
but
process.
You're going to admit that this can't be right.
There's a process if you are occupying government land and you have received notices that you must regularize or you must come in, and if you do not do it, then based on the process that exists, we put a notice. There's one notice based on what is in the regulations. Now, in conversations with the National Land Agency, one of the issues that I had to...
When you say slavery labor right, them I bring back on the people them. Because when the people them have no own no land, then depend on the government for everything. And at that, Andrew is a try that I aim to take back the land them from the Jamaican people and hand it over back to the colonizer so the slavery can start over again. When you say that, Andrew is depend. But the part where I'm traveling, you know, because I say leeching look like my bones on fire upon him, you know. And hold more people disgruntled with Andrew on his style, you know, because Andrew is half himself, you know. Andrew is selfish, you know. Andrew is selfish and half himself, so a lot of these people take time and find him out. But Andrew always knows them selfish. That is why I'm going to say something like this.
Everything is within time. Your truth live within you. And if you want to find God, you have to find God within you. And you possess of good and evil, so always remember, don't yield to the evil force. Yield to the good. You know why if you yield to the good? Good will always prevail over evil. You manifest the activity of the thinking in case you never know. So you create your physical experiences through the way you think and the way you feel. Through emotion or intuition or invocation. And always remember, anything at all where you send out there in the atmosphere, it's coming right back at you. So always have a positive thought, positive thinking. Think about the good. Anything where you ask for in life, you will get it. You don't go and like say just stay too long to get to the car. Everything is within time. Your time is your time. My time is my time. Your shine is your shine. Your shine could be my shine. My shine could be your shine. But we are all shining star.
You see what I'm saying, so? His ambition is to become politician, and in destiny to get assassinated by one of many enemies. So he knows him corrupt from a tender age. He knows him as a pussy hole. Anyway, I want to hear what Buju Banton have to say. This is not a new video. This is just a reminder of the things that I'm used to say. Look at this.
Private company named SSL rob up and thief up how much money from people like Usain Bolt and all them guys there. Them want the Jamaican people now to go back and pay this private company for the money them and them friend them invest and thief up and laugh up. So I want to know how long them will take Jamaican people for food for and how long we know sit down and make them shit pound. You have to wake up, because them people don't care about I and I. Yeah? You don't see it. If you wake up here, them abuse you have to stop. I don't know if it's an attempt to wake you up, make us say we are fool. But if you not try to show, if you not buy for some fool, the store you not buy from, you're going to have to go bring me back. Because that fool you want to buy no good. Yeah? When you buy a sense of the man and think it was a fool, you have to carry it back to the store. Lord God Almighty, if I talk, I weak. But remember, we have to reap what we sow, All man have to reap what them sow. So if you sow good, you reap good. If you sow wickedness, you reap wickedness. If you sow righteousness, you reap righteousness. You're not getting no better than that.
Can't get no better than that, my general.
So people them need economic freedom, they need political freedom, they need all kind of freedom. This man have 400 teachers slated to resign from the tertiary level in Jamaica. So who the dunce already I got dunce now? I know them I got mad. No problem, the world we no problem. I don't know. Maybe the market straight this bullshit at all, because I don't want everything to go digital, So maybe they might get you like teacher and replace them with computer. We don't know. But if they replace them with computer, who stand for benefit? Now the guy Bill Gates again, now he want the patent for all computer software. Microsoft. So just generate money for the rich and rich and rich and rich, and poor people just suffer, so. Which we don't have no sense, man. I don't have no neither, I don't want to take me have more sense down, We just have common sense for looking at things. Actually, most of the not take the time for looking at nothing. We have to look in at it for now. And these are the roles of those who step up on the front line musically for uplift and educate the people and even put them life on the line. Because we've been buried alive, so we know what it is to die 1,000 deaths. But this shit you have to stop. This bullshit you have to stop. Yeah? We need real freedom and this social free justice. You see, I see a rob and I take down the people when them call me a bury them and them thing there. I don't even know if it's something good or something bad, but I see a movement in play. Like it look well organized, like it all orchestrated. I can't say, well, for the man who I guard them people their money they ensure, protect on their life. Maybe it's a sinister plot as well. So we don't know. But at the end of the day, my people, stay vigilant, no man, and I could get up and lace up a boot. Can't take this no more, I want to know this SSL there. I want to see this building for myself, to rascal. I don't even know where SSL there. I want to see it for myself. To see them location.
Yo, God, man.
Pay them back this money when them never.
If you want to see SSL, my general, you see man that shut up his mouth when you talk about your barrel. If you want to see SSL and daughter-in-law have it. Yeah, but Gargamel, if you want to see SSL, the man really cuss up himself and of course the people that I want for a thief or the sin them. Because it look like he want to work with the people that I want, so he must shield them. Instead of Daryl Vaz, I shield Jamaican people, seeing? In this Melissa relief thing, Daryl Vaz, I shield the people in America airport. You ever seen something like that? Daryl Vaz put his hand on the Bible. They do everything in their best interest for the Jamaican people. And Daryl Vaz takes side with the people in the airport. And of course, Bojo. So you see, if you want to know about SSL building Gargamel, Daryl Vaz daughter-in-law get it mysteriously. Boy, I don't know if I cash back this or what. Or when you pick tree. Or a lotto. But this a girl are lucky. Just as SSL in a bangarang, she get it as gift. Boy, I don't know, this have to be a mystery. Hey, boy, may I tell you.
I don't need to know charity. I have two charities who have to pay $14 million a month, so this government can investigate. And what kind of investigation that costs $14 million to $15 million a month? But the rotted backside, this Jamaican people, we're not a problem. We're not deep shit. We don't smell it. I love you now. I don't stay with you too long. I'm going to come for riding up. I come for up on the eye. You understand? The Jamaican future must be determined by good Jamaicans, firm Jamaicans.
Well, them say the eye is useless and the mind is blind.
And it's been squandered, and our resources are being plundered, and the wealth of this nation is being misappropriated. And the people of this nation are suffering immensely, and crime is on the rise, and it's so terrible. And those who sit at the top, them have the most bodyguard, them surround themselves with the most guns, them surround themselves with the most of everything. Share the common man still. From 1970s, the change what people are making, think road that change. We're supposed to have a road from 1980.
Gargamel, I don't know still. I think say whatever the people in Jamaica buy out of this Chinese supermarket and cooking at them pot, I feel say it have something to do with them behavior. I feel like say the things that when them sell to the Jamaican people I change them behavior. Because any nation, any leader depend upon the next nation to feed them people or enslave them. And that we see I go on in Jamaica. So these people now listen to the greats them pass and put on the blueprint. When you follow. The greats them come and put on the blueprint over follow, you know. But some boy can't wait and turn them, skip the line and start do some different things and them ears become hardened and then get deaf. Saying any leader depend upon the next man to feed them people them will enslave them. Saying and at that I go on in Jamaica. Saying the things that the people them consume, it can be poison. It can be poison, I don't know. See, we know the Chinese, them good and them bad. Them have them good side and them have them bad side. Because the Chinese them is so terrible, you see. The Chinese them where make all the flour, make all the rice and them something they not feed, you know. And them something they take time at killing off. But it now killing one way where it looks suspicious. You understand? It come and attack on like sickness. Saying even the clothes when I buy it at the Chinese shop, them it can weaponize. The ink when them use dye the clothes, it can be a weapon. Like I don't know still, you know. That is why I say something that the food them I eat, I fuck up the people them. Because the people them have no courage. They don't have no strength. They have something to do with the food, but they can't make it look obvious, so they will still can talk loud and them ready for stand up for justice. But when you check it out, it's just talk. Because whatever them I eat, I do something to their mental status. Something in something.
Big up the Our Minister of Finance, I tell the people in Jamaica, say,
hold on the budget.
SSL.
You did the far. I'm going to go right to Spam and stop it. I'm going to enjoy it out, you know.
I like it.
Yeah.
I want to know this SSL there. I want to see this building for myself to ask lad. I don't even know where SSL there. I want to see it for myself. To see them location. I want to know why we have to pay them back this money. We never donate to no charity. I have two charities who have to pay $14 million a month. So this government can investigate. And what kind of investigation that costs $14 million to $15 million a month? But the rotted backside, this Jamaican people, we're not a problem. We're not deep shit. We don't smell it. I love you now. I don't stay with you too long. I'm going to come for riding up. I come for up on the eye. You understand? The Jamaican future must be determined by good Jamaicans, firm Jamaicans. The future of this nation is at hand. And it's being squandered and our resources are being plundered and the wealth of this nation is being misappropriated. And the people of this nation are suffering immensely and crime is on the rise and it's so terrible. And those who sit at the top, them have the most bodyguard, them surround themselves with the most guns, them surround themselves with the most of everything. Share the common man still from 1970s, the change where people are making road a change. We're supposed to have a road from 1980, 1990, 2000. We're supposed to have good road from all them time there. Because a long time Jamaica people are suffer. I just want people, set of people that live good in the island and the rest away, a back shit out and hog mouth. About no one talk. Why? The private sector, the school, the teacher, the police. You know? So we need great people to stand up and make them voice be heard. And stop being reactive. And stop thief the resources of this great nation. We have had enough of criminal politicians. We have had enough of people enriching themselves from this great nation while the people live in abject squalor. You understand me? We have had enough. We have had enough of you placing officers on the road to fleece the common man of them hard-earned money through to traffic stop, but you're not paying them a dime. You're not increasing them pay. We have had enough, bro. You know, I now come disparage and cuss and go on, you know, because that is what they want. But let's have a decent conversation and concern the future of this great nation and where we should be and where we are at. You know? Because we're stagnant. And we don't want to make no improvement as a people. We're happy, we talk about things only for a minute and then we turn around and we're back to where we were, even further. You know? We're surrounded by enemies of progress, my people. And until we realize that we are surrounded by enemies of progress, we shall always be surrounded by enemies of progress. Wake up, Jamaica.
Tell them, my General Gargamel. I want to know hear what London 45 I say.
We see in Parliament, Madam Speaker, Bigfoot. She named Bigfoot. And when you're over here talking about how every minister has to go release the aid that them get for the people, Mr. Owner, shut your damn mouth because you and your minister them sit down on the aid. And you give your friend them, you associate them and who you want to give. And the leftovers, you pick out what you want to pick out, go give your supporters them. You're not distributing the aid how it's supposed to distribute. Someone want to know who land on the aid them. Mr. Honest, where are the 350 sleeping tents that Japan donate? I know we don't see them. From we see a shake and for them we don't see them back again. Where are the 14,000 sleeping bags, Mr. Olness? Liar thiefing man. Where are the sleeping bags? Where are the tents? Where are the 419 water purifiers? We don't see none of them. Come talking about Madam Speaker, Madam Bigfoot. Who know this damn Madam Speaker get to my man? There's no respect in that house. No, Madam Speaker, she's Bigfoot. The whole on a thief over there. And by the way, when is it that you're going to come out and ask Bigfoot for table the 12 illicit thief? They make we know who. Listen, as taxpayers, we're entitled to know who are the 12 illicit criminals who have over there and hide and call them up. But Mr. Honest, revelation brewing. Revolution brewing. My God, this man come jumping up with a tantrum. All members who get aid to deliver to the people. Mr. Owner, shut up. Shut up, you have the all of the things them hide up. Darrell Vase said
true, you know, London 45. I don't know what is wrong with that fellow.
I see one somebody with a show. I know I don't see one person a show one foreign food. You and your colleague them have the whole of the foreign food them hide up and a thief up and a strap for go open supermarket. You know, lie and thief over.
They look how wholesale place we have in our place, London 45. If we're going right now, could I get some of my parents in them to buy? In a local foreign place over them have.
I'm confused. I am confused. Go fix up your moral, man, and fix up on yourself. Oh no, a criminal over there, so we don't trust you people. There's no trust or no thief or no lie.
One bunch of thief, them, my friend.
But everything that ministers get aid for give you when they go demands that they give.
Get out of here.
We want the tent them and the sleeping bag them. And we want the 400 and add water purifier. We want everything. We want to add up the things them and all and the things them and talking about ministers all and your ministers all and the things. You guys are evil and crooked, thief, sticky finger, shut up. How is it that we taxpayers are paying you people? And we can't know who is the 12 illicit thief we left over there. On the table, on the one table, on just sit down and have a sit down and linger like that. We need to know who are the 12 illicit thief them over there. We have an idea who they are already, but we want to know what is taking so long for you guys to table this document so we can know who they are. This is getting out of hand. We're paying them. Our tax dollars paying them. We deserve to know who they are. Talking about unfair and malicious attempt to destroy government. Who is unfair and as malicious as you? Criminal. Huh? You signed the code of conduct? You declare your status? Huh? Liar? Criminal? Who is maliciously unfair and thief like you? Everything where you do it maliciously or intentionally. No one is maliciously or intentionally trying to ruin the government. You already ruined the government with your lies. Your sticky finger and not holding your thieving ministers them accountable. That is enough intentional, malicious behavior we want to have towards the Jamaican people. But we are intentionally, maliciously attacking the government. The government a thief, on a thief over there. On a thief.
No joke about that. See? No joke about that. Anyway, keep it rolling, nice and easy. Chuckle it down. Anyway.
The government of Jamaica come to the front of the line. Kunumi combo, President, Yelly Emperor, Good morning to all of my beautiful ladies that are doing this morning. Big up on yourself. Party Friday morning, no say me and the man pan what? Internet, me general big up on yourself. Good morning, God, thank you for waking me up this morning. And thank you for waking up every other. I know that's a code. God, but before me go, I want to tell you something. You say this morning I'm cross, hungry and miserable. Me there, clean out on the ears. Hear me this morning now. Couple people send me message well. So me I deal with it this morning. The government of Jamaica, the people that in the diaspora, big word. Lord God. The people that in the diaspora want to know what go on. Want to know the progression, the steps. If you are going good in Jamaica since the storm blew. You understand? Because remember, when you did say you get a slow start. But now it's been a couple months well. So the people in the broader spectrum want to know what's going on in the country. If you do the right thing, or you still a jag on feed. So the people them, so if you ask you, if you try to help a lot of people already, oh, the progression, oh, yeah, move forward. If it's a good look, well, no depend. Or some people did it, still not get no assistance or no help since the storm blew. Hear me now, my boss. They want to know. And Jamaica people, one thing me can tell you now. We are one Jamaican. You understand? Whether a PMP rule, whether a JLPL rule. Know that. You know have to understand that. So, you know have to stand for something. It's on we fall for everything. Hear me out. Listen to me now. We know say the government can't help everybody. We know say the government can't reach everybody quick as possible. But hear what me say now. If we sit down and look upon it, it's been a couple months well now. The government can get on a roll where we see some good things are going in the country, where they might help the people them. Or help the poor people them. Because we don't have to remember, you know. What them not going to tell you, you know. Them are going to make things look nice on television and them big speech in their necktie. But in reality, if someone go someplace in Jamaica, don't surprise if some of them not even see the MP from the storm blow. Listen to me. You understand? So we want to know where the government are going with. Because they get a lot of money and they get a lot of aid. You understand? How their money they are go, we no get from the insurance. If we don't help a lot of people, how we no deal with the people them down a Black River? What the situation? If we no give them a hard time, we want to know. And the public want to know. Because one thing I can tell you now, the best thing ever happened for Jamaica, the internet there. Because you see anything the internet wall, you know, normal. So they can't hide things like a one time. Them have to come straight forward because the internet will beat them. We don't have to know them thing, the people. So we want to know what the government are going with. And if he might do a good job, if he might do anything do, we have to give him credit. But if he not do anything, he need to get beaten. That's why I want to leave a comment in the comment. Tell me which part you forward from. Tell me anything when you see, when it makes sense, when I write, how long you not see no MP, how long you not see no councillor. You need to stand together and unite. Because we are one. Member, me tell you no. Because member, if you not stand for something, you are going to fall for everything. And time now is serious. You have to know that things get hard, life has changed. Some of you did make big money last year, you not make it this year. So you have to know that thing there. So you not better sit down and everybody just play a blind eye. And you know that the government not do the right bound or the government not do the right thing. You don't need to speak out. And that me I tell you now. You understand? So people, me want to tell me this morning here, where you think the government are going to do the Jamaica. And if he might do a good job, you give him credit. If he not do a good job, you burn him out. I saw the thing come down. We not pet, not powder. Right or wrong, right or right, and wrong or wrong. Remember me tell you no, leave a comment, tell me one thing. One frontline boss, never two. Anything after that, I knock off. The government have...
I'm not doing my general. Sure that he not doing. So I'm doing a fly around palm broom. See me a fly around palm broom, and that's I'm doing my general. I fly around palm broom. In turn the rich of Rosal. See him there? A broom ma fly around pan. Look on him. See there, I don't know, look on him good. See that broom ma fly around pan. Broom ma fly around pan. See him there? Broom ma fly around pan. I tell you say I'm a ritualist. And I tell him say I'm a ritualist. Hold on. I tell him say I'm a ritualist. I tell him man. I tell him. Hold on, I'm there. I have something more to share with you now. I have something more to share with you right there. Yeah.
A protest in Arnett Gardens, Craigtown, and the neighboring Jonestown on Monday. The protest follows the police fatal shooting on Sunday, which claimed the life of 55-year-old Lucian Anderson. The police say Anderson was shot and killed during a reported confrontation with the police along Bryan Street in Jonestown. But the residents have disputed the police's version.
I'm tired of it. We just come in and kill everybody, sir. And then we say shootout. Come on, man.
Them come in the house.
If I shoot out, man.
I say, what me do? And I'm telling him for hold it. I'm saying, no, hold it. I'm saying, I don't do nothing. I hear blah, I hear nothing more again. Them kill him. I start balling lots of murder. It's not a shootout. That is a liar.
Yeah, it's not everybody inside the ghetto a hooligan. And the whole of we in here like hooligan. And the whole of we inside here like see the man them take the place and I turn the place and mash up the place.
The residents voiced their frustration under the watchful eyes of the police on the ground as well as in the sky. Then, they took us to the location where the incident unfolded. The bullet holes in the walls are just an indication of what transpired inside this room. There's another bullet hole here. And there's also blood stain on the ground. The relatives inside this house are insisting there was no shootout.
If it was a shootout and I run out film house now, no shot all. Look in this room. Alright, it I'm in that room and they take the body to that direction. If I in a room with the hammer, you just see some shootout, some hole, some something.
The fatal shooting is the most recent. However, old issues have resurfaced. The residents want the body-worn cameras to become mandatory.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop the injustice! We urge the Commissioner of Police to ask the police them to wear them body cam so we can see the real truth. If they do something wrong with the shooter, we can see it on body cam so we can say yes, them wrong. But when they do things like this and not.
We need for come together in the community and either on a protest or just don't guard these people business space, don't guard no, there's no movements there. If you don't want to go in the street because I'm afraid police kill you, you just don't left in the yard. You not feel it, you know. I see it, he had my Clarendon, I went away and call everybody to come out for you to them kill on the camera. It to become 9-day one now. See it, it happened again. So that is why I say it look like these people, then boy, something wrong here, man.
Cover up, take away the man camera out time house and I tell people to pop down them camera as a police officer. What kind of police officer team is you? What kind of police officer team you do? Be? You not a police, you not criminal.
Meanwhile, the Independent Commission of Investigations, INDICOM, says the family liaison officer and investigators will be speaking to residents who are challenging.
No, I hear nothing from INDICOM, because INDICOM not do nothing here, man. The man, say INDICOM man resign. The man, I think could have do something, resign. The INDICOM man, I think could have really do something. Him resign. Like the corruption is too much. The man original thought right now, I just joke a business like going in Jamaica right now. See, then tell the police force and a drugs force. They might use the police force to sell drugs. So I just joke a business there, man. But anyway, I have something to do and share with me from for a while now, you know. I want to hear where I'm going to go now and look a piece before I make an hear what Jay Brian say. I'm going to start it off right there, so.
Boy, how you seen a gang no one bad up themselves, no bad like Daniel and the 3 Hebrew boys, them that are Hananiah, Mishael, and I think Azariah. Then 3 boy, they plus Daniel. Me I tell us they a bad man, them France all the time. So basically, King Nebuchadnezzar, Babylonian king, in capture Daniel them, because Daniel them are Jews. Capture them from Judah and take them in. Them are the best of the best, you know, the cream of the crap in go for, you know, just scrape up the look of what left them. In go for the top man them, you know, like when they in school, they at town, I go for the top ball of them to come build up their team, and that Nebuchadnezzar do. So, but, and Nebuchadnezzar, when I first man will start recruit, for build up in team. But I know that we focus pan. So anyway, I go for them, I remember, you know, I capture them, you know, I carry them come over there for come be bench and batty and big friend, I carry them come there for come work for me, he want them build up team place. So the first thing he do, because he want change their mind, he want them conform to society in Babylon, he say, yeah man, them body know, but me have to make them know say me better than them, so he start play mind games, so he start change their name. You know, like when you watch Kunta Kinte and then change your name, Toby is the name.
Your name is Toby. Now tell me your name.
Kunta Kinte.
That's not your name.
And that this man I did want to do with Daniel them, so he changed Daniel name to Belteshazzar. He changed the rest of them name, so they end up name Shadrach, Meshach and Abednego. Jamaican people love say Abednego. But anyway, another way of focus on neither. I want a small point to take into consideration. The people them never love their name, they never use their name there. So you see when you see Christian them talk about the Shadrach, Meshach and Abednego, the people them never like their name there. But another way of focus on. So anyway, then change out their name now. After they change their name now, you know, then come and say they want to change them and they up there eat up them burger and them pork and them fish and they up and down and them all kind of fry. Daniel them not depend that, so Daniel and Finn brother them that are the 3 Hebrew boys them there, so he make sure tell them say listen, we not gonna them dirty party, you know. We come from good place with good food, so then decide say we don't want that. I mean I tell us say them bad cause then go in the people them place and they make the people them know say listen we not gonna eat that. Then strike all a deal and make them know say alright watch you now. You will 10 years We no go and eat out on the dirty pot and we eat for we clean food or we used to, and they say, alright, we are gonna make them do it for 10 days and we see which one of them come out at the top. So after the 10 day pass, Daniel and Fim thugs them firm in the Gideon, you know. The other one them wishy-washy and up and down, cause they up with the little dirty pork aisle, the little dirty fry. So they end up never stronger than Daniel them. Must see that's why I sitting there so market. But anyway, another way I focus on. One next time again now, you know. The king him a string up big sound cause he want everybody to go worship one piece of golden idol. Daniel then say me nah worship that, me nah bow to no boy. Daniel them a bad man, you know. Me a tell you no France all the time. So true, he want everybody to bow to it now. And one thing, you know, anytime them a go do dirty deeds and then nastiness, then I Bible and start play music first for program them. That's why the music we listen to is important cause I can program we understand. So he string up big sound. Cue up music and sing thing. Me don't know if DJ did the pan mic or whatever, but then the pan sound and put up music and everybody a bow and a go on the most way. Three Hebrew boy them say, you know, say me nah do it though. That bun Nebuchadnezzar, you know. So he go come on him and them say, yo, we go roast them like a breadfruit today because they ain't too bright. Who them boy they want come style me for me own a place. So he tell him and them say make sure so when not string up the sound, when not string up a fire for them boy, you know. Make sure say hotter. Me no want the regular fire. Me want to go high jail. Look to the blue. Me want to no turn you up 7 times hotter. 7, you know, pay attention. 7 important. 7 in a cash pot. Married woman and bench. So you want bench boy them to style them, you know. So you tell them to make the fire 7 times hotter. When they make the fire 7 times hotter, Hananiah, Michelle and Azariah and the fire cool out because God they serve, you know. Nebuchadnezzar them they don't believe in a few God, you know. So anyway then they are cool in the fire and same thing. The fire hot, the man them will light the fire burn up and the man them in the fire. No do them and me say dog them come out and they firm. Not do them a whole heap of things happening in Daniel, but for the interest of time, I didn't 2 story that we work on today.
Yo, me like how she tell a story. And from go there, so I have to go somewhere else. I have something close to that. Yeah, the vibe of something for going to that. I have it from one day. I'm gonna go now. So the vibe something for going today. The vibe something for going today. I'm going to the right there. Yeah.
The United States government went looking for a mythological king right before 9/11. A king who was known to be the descendant of gods. Sounds insane. Stay with me here. Welcome to Conspiracy 101, where I teach you conspiracies in our reality that are both confirmed and contested. This is a part of Anunnaki Part 2, where we talk about Gilgamesh, the man who was 1/3 human, 2/3 God. The Epic of Gilgamesh is one of the oldest pieces of literature that the human history has to refer back to, older than the Bible. Gilgamesh's time goes all the way back to 2700 BC, where he, in the Sumerian king list, was listed as the king of Uruk, aka modern-day Iraq. Now, why was Gilgamesh considered to be 2/3 god, 1/3 human? Well, his mother was recorded to be Ninsum, who was a goddess, and she had a child with a human king. And that is how we got the hybrid Anunnaki of Gilgamesh. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, they talk a lot about how he's a tyrant and he's not a great guy. But they also talk about how he has superhuman strength. He has knowledge passed down from the gods and amazing longevity as just one giant human. And after a good friend of his, Enkidu, dies, he becomes obsessed with one thing and one thing only. And that thing is immortality. So he goes searching. What Gilgamesh is specifically looking for is a man named Utnapishtim, and he was granted eternal life by the gods for surviving the Great Flood, which we kind of touched upon before. It's the same Great Flood that Noah is referenced in the Bible. And this is where it gets super spicy, okay? This is where the ancient text meets modern history.
And the flood, they don't talk about, for them say a judgment flood, you know. Are the mud flood reset, you know? Are the same flood, you know? The mud flood reset, you know? We hear them talking at history. The mud flood reset, you know, them change. So every now and then, them change and tell a different story about it, you know. At the same mud flood reset.
In early 2001, the United States made it very clear they were going to Iraq to look for weapons of mass destruction. But unofficially, whistleblowers and tons of other people involved in these operations have come out and said that they weren't just going to Iraq for weapons of mass destruction. They were looking for ancient Sumerian artifacts, ancient Sumerian tablets, and any single thing that pertained to that era of ancient Sumeria. And more particularly, they were looking for Gilgamesh's tomb. I mean, they quite literally put the fucking base right on top of where it was supposed to be. Why is Gilgamesh so important to all of these people? I mean, he was a tyrant. He was kind of a dick. The people didn't like him. They prayed to the gods to rescue them from him. But there is a lot more to this story. If Gilgamesh was a descendant from the gods or the Anunnaki, they were looking for his DNA. And it wasn't just to prove that maybe someone was immortal or maybe that someone could be a giant. It was to prove that they had DNA evidence of gods. This is where people get really uncomfortable talking about the truth of what happened in Iraq. They went there in early 2001, and of course, war broke out, chaos broke out. But what they didn't ultimately see at first was that museums were looted, artifacts were taken with literal military precision. It could have only been them doing this. Historians from around the world and from that area have confirmed that thousands of artifacts became missing from Iraq around that time, and they have never, ever resurfaced. Ultimately, the theory here is not that they wanted to prove that there was half gods that exist. They wanted to be the first people with their hands on his DNA. If you have control of that DNA, you can either put it on blast, you can put it in a museum, you can study it, or you can never let it see the light of day. Think about it. Gilgamesh, a human hybrid, could be the first proof that has been documented historically that the origins of humankind are different than we really thought they were. Whether you believe that this was just mythology or if it's just an ancient fiction book, all of these writings, including this one and thousands of others that cross different continents, prove one thing, and that's that humankind did not expand alone without help.
Very deep. That is why if I'm going to go there, so I can't go say no, I want to go somewhere else. I'm alright with the vibe, though. So I forget here, so.
And the Holy Spirit just not give me another confirmation on this transferring of consciousness. There's only one. There's only one breath of life. There's only one frequency. So all of this 13, okay, they made us believe 13 was a bad number. But they got the 13 bloodlines. And they keep everything within the bloodline. You see, nothing don't mix within those 13 bloodlines. So when they have children, it's still connected to the bloodline of those 13 families. That consciousness, you see, that frequency. And it confirms that Jesus Christ, Allah, Yahusha, Yakub, Moses, and all these people in the Bible story, that it's the same entity that they keep on reincarnating back into the realm to have power, you see, through conscious transfer. Because if Jesus, we don't know nothing but Jesus, Yahusha, Allah, and Yakub. We don't know what bloodline he came from. We don't know what type of energy they held because we never witnessed these people. We are regurgitating. We're repeating these people's narratives. You see what I'm saying? So if consciousness is one consciousness, and these people, these 13 royal families, these 13 bloodlines, kept that consciousness within that family, then that consciousness is reincarnating and reincarnating and reincarnating. Because we do not die. You see? The physical form does. But the consciousness is infinite. So this is why people need to let all of this religious stuff go away. Let that go and understand everybody's connected to the one consciousness, but we have been mixing and matching bloods. You see? So we're not pure like that 13 royal family is, because they're keeping their blood within the 13 royal families, the 13 bloodlines. And that's how their consciousness has come back, you see, with that same power that people give power to. You see, power is just an energetic thing. Where energy flows, it goes. So people are giving their inner power to outside entities, forces that they don't know on no personal level. They just have a story and they have this unconscious fear. You see, this unconscious program that somebody gonna do it for me. But you have to find your inner power. You'll never be royal if you keep waiting for somebody outside of you to do it. You'll never find your strength if you don't try and push yourself. Think outside the box. Speak what you're thinking, and what people think and say about you is not your business. We have been made to put on masks and facades and been told what the exterior is supposed to look like and never know what's going on with the interior. But these people are specific about keeping their bloodline royal, keeping their bloodline within the 13 bloodlines. And this is how they keep on trying to get this power until we start thinking outside the box. How can dead people? Y'all keep on talking about the Moors and the Moors. It's not the Moors and the Moors that was in the time of the Moors and the Moors. That's different family bloodline with the same energy, the same frequency, the same consciousness. You see? It's not the same people that ain't never ever dying. It's the consciousness that keep reincarnating back with the same essence, the same frequency, the same vibration. And this is how the war has been continuing and continuing and continuing for eons. Because the war is about the conscious mind, the consciousness, the frequency of good versus bad, help versus hurt, give versus take, uplift versus tear down, in versus out, over versus under. You get me? You got me? It's the same energy. And they always want to be on the top. They always want to have. You see? They don't ever want to experience the other side of life. When life is both. So why is it and how is it can these royal bloodline families keep repeating the same thing, being in royalty, if y'all doing all the work? Y'all building everything. You see? Y'all selling everything. Y'all narrating everything. Y'all packaging everything. Y'all are transporting everything. You see? Y'all buying everything. They're going to continue to keep this energy until y'all see and start asking questions. How can this royal bloodline family keep reincarnating? How could this goddamn bloodline still be alive? How are they in existence? Because it's about the consciousness. This is about your essence. It's about your frequency and vibration that cannot be, can't be created nor destroyed. You can't create consciousness. You can transfer it. You see? You can't destroy it, but you can confuse it. And a lot of people confuse in the conscious mind because of the programs, because of the teachings, the indoctrinations, the belief system, the narrative, the propaganda. These people keeping that bloodline with just that wickedness in the bloodline, just that wealth thinking in the bloodline, just that dominant thinking in the bloodline. See, they're not going to deal with anybody else, especially nobody who has compassion, sympathy, and empathy, and who have moral rights and ethics. They're not going to deal with anybody else. Anybody to deal with would have to have the same consciousness, the same frequency as them to keep transferring the consciousness into the next bloodline, part of the bloodline. You see, the generational bloodline. They got to keep that the same, because if they change, everything about their foundation will change. And so this is why we had to experience this for 2,000 years. Because now their frequency and their consciousness goes against the one consciousness, not the minds of the people, or not just the mind of the people, but it's going against the one consciousness. And so this is where their kingdom falls down. And so if they come back and they know something we don't know, then they go and build that same foundation again because we lack knowledge. We program. We repeating vicious cycles. We doing repetitious things and not them. Because when you come back and you have learned life lessons, you're going to come back knowing this is not right or this is wrong. Or should I say, this is not right and this is right. You're going to come back with...
That is why I said the people them should have figured out the politics by now. And everybody has said the one thing. That is what I tell you, yo, I tell you. One listening reasoning, I'm like them, I'm my type of reasoning them I hear.
More higher, you see, to understand consciousness. You're not going to come, yes, you're going to come back in here with not knowing per se, because of what they have done with their frequency and the things that they use when it comes to giving birth and all this medication and inflicting us with vaccine. That's altering us from knowing who we are. Taking and cutting off the umbilical cord and clamping the umbilical cord before all of the blood from the mama can go to the child, which consists of the DNA, which consists of the memory, which consists of the past. They cut that off. See, the people who behind the hospitals, the doctors, the lawyers, the nurses, and all of this here, they working with the wicked MOORS. You see, that's who training them. That's who teaching them their ways of how they keep their power. They're not changing, you see. They shunned housewives, midwives. Woman knows about a woman, they shun that. We gonna get on top of this table and let man dig around in you. You see, we gonna put you up against gravity. So again, you got to think and question to understand the cycle. Let's keep repeating the life lesson that everybody keep repeating.
That is why I'm so high, because the doctor never get to do that to me. Yeah, my one day in my grandmother's yard. But God, yo, that is why I'm so high. So they no cut off my mother bloodline from me, so the knowledge flow come down in me. The whole of the knowledge from the people in the flow. Because the demon people never get to cut off my own. Thank you. The universe. To make things happen that way there. That is why I always have critical, that is why I always do critical thinking and think different from people. Because the knowledge flow down to me. Wow. This is my type of reason, you know. I'm going to connect back this thing here. This is my type of reason. You know, I can share because it's going to get deeper than that, and I'm going to keep it here so for the rest of the night. I'm going to keep it for a reason there for the rest of the night. Them reason I come like a food to the soul here. So it names soul food. See me? Soul food. Yeah man, them reason are soul food. Continue.
And which side of this life lesson you are on? Because this is not my first rodeo. Not the way I've been asking questions all of my life. This ain't started. They silenced me for a little brief moment, you see, and made me go into aggressiveness, but I ain't never stopped asking no questions. I questions everything. I mean, obsessed with questions. Because something in my spirit say, this ain't the way it's supposed to be if it's supposed to be working for all of us. If this is supposed to be peace on earth, that's going to keep asking questions until we find the peace for everybody on earth.
Just like that. And from a goddess, so I forgot. I want next place. As me I say, right here, some reach.
At some point, y'all gotta wake the fuck up. I'm gonna be as nice as I can about this, but I feel like y'all need y'all ass whooped because ain't no way y'all still waking up February the 1st on their Gregorian calendar screaming Happy Black History Month like y'all black ass don't exist every 365 days of their Gregorian calendar. Y'all let the same people who came in, oppressed, killed, and assimilated your line, your lineage, tell you when, where, and how to celebrate you. Do y'all understand that on their calendar, every fucking month they celebrating a European holiday, yet come February the 1st, the shortest motherfucking month on their calendar, they tell you when, where, and how you can celebrate you and your lineage. And y'all just fall right in line. Y'all wake up February, Happy Black History Month. We get to celebrate us. Wake the fuck up. Y'all be so wrapped up in the fucking distractions that y'all don't even understand that's a part of the assimilation. How you gonna let them tell you when the fuck to celebrate you? And I keep telling y'all, time and time again, every time y'all celebrate something that they giving you, y'all are participating in a fucking ritual to keep your ass oppressed. Wake the fuck up. No, we are proof of our ancestors' existence. We are the legacy that they left behind. They didn't leave behind a history, because history is a narrative of events. It's a story. Every time y'all get on this app and y'all celebrating Black history, y'all are celebrating the stories that those Europeans have passed down to your ass. And imagine y'all don't even see the obvious. Every other nationality that comes over here that is of European descent or has some sort of association with Europeans, they don't celebrate their history. They celebrate their heritage. There's a distinct difference between history and heritage. History is a story. It does not exist. It is not real. It is a narrative. Heritage is a legacy that is passed from your ancestors. It is ancestral. Yet y'all get on this motherfucking app and y'all continue to keep up the propaganda. Y'all continue to invest y'all time and y'all energy into the rituals that they have set for you. I made that video a couple days ago because y'all need to wake the fuck up. Stop celebrating Black History Month. Stop celebrating the stories that they told you. You want to celebrate your heritage? By all means, celebrate your heritage. Celebrate your ancestral lineage. But stop celebrating history. We are not history. We are a living legacy. We are here. So I gotta show y'all, because y'all motherfuckers got on here, listen to what I said, let it go in one ear and out the other, and y'all doubled down on this Black history shit. Do you understand that the wording that you're using is a spell that is continuing to perpetrate the erasure of the indigenous Black Americans? To celebrate is to perform publicly. Celebrate. To acknowledge a significant happy day or event with a social gathering or enjoyable activity. Also to perform a religious ceremony publicly. This is where they get celebrity from. These are people that perform for the public. History is a narrative of events. It actually represents something that has passed, something that is no longer active, something that is not in existence. History, the study of past events, particularly in human affairs, which is like medieval European history, things that do not exist anymore. I just want y'all to see this. I don't be talking out the side of my neck. I really be researching this shit before I speak it out my mouth. There's a real reason why they tell you to celebrate your Black history and not your heritage. Heritage denotes your legacy. The erasure is real. All of this shit is purposeful. This is by design. This is not a coincidence. These words are purposefully used in regards to us. And I want y'all to understand, I'm not telling y'all that the history doesn't exist. I'm not telling you that the history is not important. I'm telling you it is not something that you celebrate. You celebrate your heritage. You celebrate your lineage because you are still alive. You do not celebrate your history because you still exist. You are not history. Then when you put that happy, it's denoting that you're happy about the things that have happened to you or to people that are associated with you from the past. You're not happy about that history. There's nothing happy about that fucking history. This shit go way deeper than spitting out Black history facts. This shit goes way deeper. There's only two groups of people on this list that celebrate their history. History meaning a narrative of events, a story, something that does not exist, something that is not active. Black Americans, because they don't even put Americans there, and Filipino Americans. And these are two groups of people that have both faced erasure from European colonies. Two melanated groups of people that have forced erasure from European colonies. Everybody else, they celebrate their heritage, their ancestral lineage. You don't find that odd? You don't find that suspicious? Irish Americans celebrate their heritage. Arab Americans celebrate their heritage. Asian Americans, Pacific Islanders celebrate their heritage. Jewish Americans celebrate their heritage. Hispanics celebrate their heritage. German Americans celebrate their heritage. Italian Americans celebrate their heritage. Polish Americans celebrate their heritage. Native Americans celebrate their heritage. Y'all don't find that suspicious that everybody associated with the Europeans get to celebrate their heritage, but the two groups of people that have been publicly erased are forced to celebrate history, a narrative, a story?
I want to think about what she's saying. I don't want to just listen. I want to think about it. I want to think about it. Not even Independent Day, the people that have to celebrate in Jamaica again. The people in Jamaica must not celebrate that thing. And then that will send a strong signal to the people Andrew want to serve.
Y'all can't be that dense. If y'all want to celebrate the lineage of us, if y'all want to celebrate the heritage, celebrate the heritage. Change the wording. Don't get on this motherfucker and continue to perpetrate the spells that have been placed over us as a whole. Then you have to look at it symbolically, because everything is by design. Nothing is coincidence. They gave you February because February has 28 days. 2 plus 8 is 10. 10 represents an end, a cycle that has closed. And not only did they give you February, which is supposed to be Valentine's Day month, which is not, because Valentine's Day was a massacre. It is a month that represents death and destruction in the European history. Yet y'all continue to get on here and perpetrate the rituals, the spells that have been placed on our lineage.
The red and white.
Wake
the red and
the
the blood,
fuck
you know.
up.
And the white, who cast the blood.
Y'all want to celebrate?
You know?
Let's celebrate in the spring. Let's take the spring.
Uniform,
let's take the whole season to recalibrate, to readjust, to reinvigorate ourselves so that we can have our actual lineage, our actual heritage celebrated. Let's take the spring. Let's move forth into the new year.
That is why.
Let's take back our power. We need something to celebrate for the new year. Why not celebrate?
Hey, my dad working and the boss come to me and say, talk him on TV. Today is what day? I must say, I don't know, like, we kind of get surprised. I must say, it's Jamaica Independence Day. I must say, Jamaica not Independence Day. I say that not real. I say that not real, man. That an illusion, man. I say ancestors them celebrate it, but you not celebrate again. Because we know say not real, because it is a lie. And you just look for me and walk off.
You know, as I sit back and I watch the entire world come to the realization that these so-called elites are in fact not elites and they're not even fucking human, I can't help but to recall in 2022 when I gave you the exact passage in the Emerald Tablets that explained who these beings were and the glamour magic that they placed on us. And y'all told me I was fucking evil. Told me I didn't know what I was talking about, and any other book that I was reading besides the Bible was blasphemy. Yet here we are, 4 years later. The first spell that they had to place on us was to make us not see who they were. And it is called a glamour spell. They talk about it in the Emerald Tablets. It is in the Emerald Tablet, Tablet 8 or Book 8 under the Key of Mysteries. And I'm going to read this to you, and it's going to hit you when I read it. In the form of man moved they amongst us, but only to sight were they as are men. Serpent-headed when the glamour was lifted, but appearing to man as men among men, crept into the councils, taking forms that were like unto men, slaying their arts, the chiefs of their kingdoms, taking their form and ruling over men. Only by magic could they be discovered, only by sound could their faces be seen. Sought they from the kingdom of shadows to destroy man and rule in his place. But know ye, the masters were mighty in magic, able to lift the veil from the face of the serpent, able to send him back to his place. There's a reason why they had to make us forget, because we were the masters and we could see through their veil. So in order to make us forget, they had to do two spells. They had to do a glamour spell to cover up who they were, and those are the people of counsel. This is literally good and evil. This is literally good and evil. The people who have counsel are those that are the serpents that are hidden. They wear veils in order to disguise themselves from us. We are under a glamour spell, so we don't see them for the serpents that they are. And we're also under that last video, a persuasion spell to make us forget. The persuasion spell is to persuade us that we are something other than what we truly are. It's the reason why they wanted to end segregation, because if we stayed in segregation too long, we would identify who we were sooner than later. You get what I'm saying? By integrating us into their system, into their world, they have created this mind fuck that makes us believe that we are not who we are, which is masters. I hope y'all following me. I think y'all don't understand that this is not no black and white thing. This is good versus evil. I am a literal earth angel. I'm not even joking. My sun sign is an earth sign. My rising sign is an air sign. I am a literal earth angel. My main purpose here is to be a messenger. Yes, I have other gifts. I'm a healer. I'm a seer. I can do all that. My main purpose here is to be a messenger. That's why I come and I give y'all these messages. That's why y'all, when y'all hear these messages, it hits y'all so hard when they come from me, because that's my actual purpose. I'm not just talking shit. I'm not just bringing fucking shit out of my ass. I am literally bringing these messages from the ethers.
Deep. I make you go deeper, you know. But I have something I want to share with you know. Partially. It's partially. I think there's more now, partially. All like that. I think it's longer than that one. Partially. I'm gonna look fair. Because she's still on a whole heap of something, you know. She's still on a whole heap of something. Yeah.
Saw something, brethren, but we have to pray. I saw something bad. I saw that his enemies wanted to take his life. It's his handlers. Let's get the prophecy straight. Donald Trump works for certain elements in the government that control both Democrats and Republicans. Let's get the prophecy straight. Because God doesn't say, I saw something. God is precise and direct. It's 2022. I told you that he is a Fed. It's 2020 that I told you the American government is fused into purple. The red and the blue are the same. And they have the same handlers. The whole of 2022 was spent telling you that the official and all-encompassing final rulership handler is Barack Obama. It's 2022 that I told you that everybody who knows the story of how he rose to where he will rise is going to get taken care of. That's Ready Player One. It's 2022 that I told you Dagon will fall. That's Donald Trump. It's November 2020 that I told you Ezekiel 13, prophecy of a great fall, November 21st, 2020. Just a moment. Idols will fall in America, 2023. Ready Player One. Barack will be the sole player standing, 2022. Changes ahead, 2022. Donald Trump will be killed. I can see that the people he works for, they're going to kill him. Since May 2025, back to back prophecies. MAGA has completed his assignment. MAGA has completed its assignment as a project, as a cult, The United States has been captured. It's time to remove civil liberties. It's time to go into your military reign, America. And the one who led you into the captivity, Donald J. Trump, his handlers are tired of him, I said. Notice that I didn't say I can see something is about to happen. No, I've explained to you. The Kennedy connection, a prophecy that almost is exactly like my prophecy from 2020 called POTUS. What? A JFK-style assassination, an Abraham Lincoln-style assassination in this country. But they're calling you into their tents. The dry clouds that have no rain, the dry clouds, the little fires that are burning all over America. Come and keep warm with me. Come and keep warm with me while I cannot prophesy. Come stay warm next to the lies, and off you go. What does Ezekiel 13 say? These false prophets, they're building up a wall, but they haven't made the wall strong. That's why all the prophecies are like vague. Something could happen to someone, and I see that someone wants to do something, but we have to pray. That's the only part they're sure about, because you know what? You can always get a good hallelujah when you say we have to pray. Christians love to be told they have to pray, even if half of them can't pray. God mentioned Nicki? Did God mention Nicki Minaj? Because you can't tell that by their fruit you will know them. No, God has to now in heaven name every name before you will leave them, because you don't want to leave them. So you just want to make sure that the ones you like, once they're not mentioned, then you can keep following, right? I've always told you hell is a big place, and the Bible says that hell from beneath enlarges herself. I've always told you that hell is the one place besides a woman's pregnant belly that is constantly growing. And even a woman growing a belly stops at a certain point because the baby needs to come out. Hell doesn't stop. I've told you the Bible says hell from beneath enlarges herself. And I've always said she's constantly growing because the number of guests that she's going to receive is off the charts. Hell is not a static place. They're constantly adding new beds, new rooms, new places. You will be chained by the neck forever for the things you say, do, support, pursue, love, can't renounce, can't break away from, defend. Oh my goodness. Every single day, Satan is saying, add a new floor. We're going to have company. The wretchedness that the cast off of this earth, the Nephilim, the fallen, the devil himself. Hell was created, the Bible says, for the devil and his angels, but they're not going to be lonely. They're going to have so many people going with them, because even people watching me right now are thinking I'm doing too much. Even those watching me right now. I don't think anyone has the right to just keep mentioning hell. You go ahead and think what you think. Remember, only one of us here has the sanction of somebody who's higher than you, and it's not you. Where someone has been flashing Morse code out of a house that is said to be abandoned. And you know, American cops, they're on the job. They only came after the neighborhood people and the internet people kept calling the precinct so much. People on the internet do the job better than American police, because half the time they're at the Diddy party. Half the time they're wearing the necklace, because you wear the necklace and then you're promoted to chief. You're in the club, you're in the circle. People had to pressure the cops for 3 days until they finally agreed to send a cruiser. But what else did they do? Before they bothered to come there, they called the owner of the house, who then would have had 3 days to go and move whoever was flashing Morse code. No lights on in the house, no water, no heat on in the house. It's winter. Everybody kept saying, whether it's daytime or nighttime, Morse code. What were they flashing? SOS. Help me. SOS. The cops, do you own 54 Myrtle Lane? Is that you? Yeah, we're getting reports of an SOS signal. No, the house is abandoned. As he's texting on the other phone, get there, clean it all out, move them now. 3 days before the cops finally came to check it out. And people kept alleging people in the know, saying that that house has panels, has sections, has walls. What did the cops do? Walk in, look around the living room, look around the kitchen, take a look in the basement. Looks the same to me, looks fine to me, and left. In America, as a trafficking victim, if you don't save yourself, you're dead. The judges are the pedophiles. The cops are the pedophiles. The presidents, all of them, at least in the modern time, are the pedophiles. The government is the one running the drugs and the guns. Am I getting off topic, or am I saying that Yah says he's going to repay to this nation every single abomination performed in his sight? Do you know how far the sins go? Because the sins have not been committed, all of us, in front of our sight. He's not in a mode generally of, oh, I will bless you and I will prosper you and I will make your name great and your father's house. And he says no. That the prophets who are coming up now, the majority of them, he's choosing them to do what? To bear the weight of the nations, to bear the weight of his wrath against what the nations are doing. So then this just opens the wide open door of discussion. What are you doing in the places, right, where they're telling you that the nations that Yah is getting ready to judge have one more great revival in them? Who is speaking in those places, and why are you in those places? The answer to why you're there is because you're a liar yourself and you love lies. So anywhere that lies are free to air, you will be there. But the greater question that you will have to answer is, who was speaking in that place, and why couldn't you discern what spirit was speaking in that place? The church is full of pedophiles. The church is full of transgenders. The church is full of men who are appearing as women. The church is full of first ladies who are actually first men. They're right here on this internet, some of them married to your so-called favorite prophets. Beautiful men, trans as ever. The church is full of men openly gay with their first gentleman husband. And guess what? The church is not empty. It's packed with people who say that's their church and they go there. There's open homosexuals on the internet calling themselves Bishop Larry Reed. Black people are all there. Black people, I cannot wait. I'm not any other color. We're all going to be in the same line on Judgment Day, but I'm telling you, I'm there for you, because if you like it, I love it. I want to see what you're going to tell Jesus. No, we were trying to give grace. In between the slander and the tea, he would mention God a few times before mentioning how much he likes a boy now and then. It's going to be fantastic. These people that you defend, these people that you stand up for, the Lord sends somebody to Jamal Bryant's church. The word of rebuke in that man's mouth was so hot. No, what's upsetting me is, who said a white person can talk to a black pastor? But that's racism for you in America. So now condemning the open sin of that second generation homosexual behind his leader and mentor, the first generation homosexual, Bishop Long, married to a woman who doesn't know that there's enough cotton picked in this nation to actually make her proper clothes, that beard that is covering the gayness of Jamal Bryant. Your issue with the man that God sent to say that he's going to bust that church wide open is to say because he's not black, he can't speak the word of the Lord? It's a dumpster fire. And every day that rain falls and you think that rain is going to put the dumpster fire out, it turns out that it's gas falling on that fire. So only a black person can correct sin in your midst. Because righteous judgment, once again, the standard, judge with righteous judgment, it's bypassed you. Now it's judge with color judgment. If a black person came, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's all over the internet, all over the social media. You look at the comments and you're like, hellfire, hellfire, definitely 8th level hellfire. That's all it is. So you cannot be rebuked unless you're rebuked by your color. And then when your color rebukes you, you say it's witchcraft and you curse that person. to their literal insides, which basically is saying nobody can talk to you. Only God can judge me. Fun fact, he will. He will. When the human trafficking starts, listen to me. When the human trafficking starts on the ground level, touching your average home, your average American, this time it's not Diddy touching Bieber, right? Because that has nothing to do with you, because, you know, we don't know all the details. This is what you've said. So now when the details come out and it's your daughter going into I think it was the amber trade for young people, young girls especially, being put into the sex trade. These are my 2019 send for their flesh, that China will be running a literal brothel here. So now when the sex trafficking jumps out of the files and leaps out onto the soil like a massive wild puma running loose now in American streets, no one can say, why has human trafficking morphed? The reason it morphed is because when it was in the files, you said it wasn't real, and then it was leaking out through prophecy, and then you were saying it was a lie, and then when it became confirmed, then you made memes about it and then said, but we need humor to cope. So then God realizes the only way to teach the United States that human trafficking is a vile evil in front of which no one should laugh, speak, but should only pray napalm, coals of fire, and Psalm 109. Upon such a thing happening on the earth, that you will eat anyone's intestines. Or like my prophecy from August 2025, wearing intestines of people as a necklace. I described that they drape it and then they put it around their arms like King George V, and then they do this and that. And I said the cameras are always rolling in that place. How would I know that? I've never been there. Celestial, who should we watch? For 6 years, I'm silent. Because if I tell you who to watch, you will go and then become the boss of that person. Celestial, what music do you listen to put your soul in the right mode to worship God? For 6 years, I'm silent. Then as I'm starting to go, occasionally, as my spirit is led, when the prophecy is nothing but napalm raining from heaven, I will put 1 or 2 soothing songs at the end. Intelligent people will know this is what she listens to, because she wouldn't put the videos there and then I say, here is music. The prophecy has ended. Sit in the music and marinate in the presence of God and let the words go into you. The words have pierced you and cut up your whole insides, but then the music will flow in. Thank you so much for the music. I cried the whole way, but God also told me some things about myself. I've repented. Woman of God, where can we get strong prayers? I say nothing. All I say occasionally is, I used to do all this on Facebook. But the nastiness, the disrespect, the rudeness, the street mentality, the disrobing of myself. Who told you you're the only one that God called? Where is your ministry? Where is your fruit? Where are the people who have stopped fornicating and married because of your preaching against fornication? Where are the adulteries that the anointing upon you has stopped? Where are the people who wrote you and said that I was watching your video and I started to cough up some nasty stuff? Since then, I've never touched a cigarette again. I never knew I could get delivered just by watching a servant of God. Where are these things? Because my fruit is playing in over 150 countries. Everybody everywhere has seen this ministry. Even those who reject this ministry know that I'm existing. I never said I'm the only one that God called. I'm just wondering, between me and you, your basket, who's in it? Right? Nigeria, right? Kenya, right? Tanzania, right? South Africa, right? America. You hear the prophecy, and then as a group in your country, it's funny to you. Who is this person? Mind your business in America. Deal with your president and your own problems. You hear the Lord taking time to reach across the dimensions, to speak to you, to warn, using a vessel, telling you that something is coming, and then the response is laughter. Right, Jamaica? Right, Trinidad and Tobago? The flood was funny. The hurricane was funny. The prophecy given a year ago fulfilled exactly 1 year, and it is not over.
My viewers and subscribers,
If you are not careful, if the people who hear
this is a breaking news. This is a breaking news. I want to hear this. Jesus mercy. Wow. I know I'm gonna play now. It's like this fucking something. Sorry for you bothered. Commercial break.
Everything is within time. Your truth live within you. And if you want to find God, you have to find God within you. And you possess of good and evil, so always remember, don't yield to the evil force. Yield to the good. You know why if you yield to the good? Good will always prevail over evil. You manifest the activity of the thinking in case you never know. So you create your physical experiences through the way you think and the way you feel. Through emotion or intuition or invocation. And always remember, anything at all where you send out there in the atmosphere, it's coming right back at you. So always have a positive thought, positive thinking. Think about the good. Anything where you ask for in life, you will get it. You don't go and like say just stay too long to get to the car. Everything is within time. Your time is your time. My time is my time. Your shine is your shine. Your shine for the be my shine. My shine for the be your shine. But we are all shining stars.
Mayor Samuels, we saw in the news the other day that there are persons still in shelter in Hanover. Is that so?
Yes, definitely. And we are ensuring that we get all these people out of the shelter, because the living conditions within shelters are not what people really want in Hanover, especially Western Hanover. So what we actually are doing now, we actually lobbying with the Member of Parliament, our Member of Parliament who out there working very hard to ensure that we take care of the well-being of these people within the constituency itself. So as a result of that, she had contacted shelters who actually been donating houses. Last week we were in Phoenix Town in the western end of the constituency. We also went to Arton Court, and today we are in Askenish donating another house to Mr. Grant, otherwise known as what? Jimbo? Jimbo has been in the shelter, the Askenish School shelter, and as you know, he is a bit handicapped. So we have to ensure that we get him into a space that will allow him to live better. So we are here donating the house. We are bringing in some furniture this evening, bed and other thing. He will not miss anything, because we are also bringing care packages also. So the Member of Parliament, along with the councillor, who have been doing tremendous work. Councillor Barnes, he's here, he's up there running up and down. You know, actually can't sleep. We're up from 4 o'clock this morning. We're up from 4 o'clock this morning to ensure that we get this house up here to Jimbo. I know that Jimbo will have a wonderful day. And for the rest of his life, he'll have a house to live in. And of course, we don't care who want to criticize what we are doing. We are doing what we know the people of Hanover want, because life is important and we want to ensure that we take care of them. They voted, they are citizens, and we want to ensure that we take care of them.
Yeah man, just like that. No argument, none of that, my boss. No argument, none of that. But I have something I want to share with you now. Because the woman is going to fire upon Andrew, and I want to fire hot.
Governments and their political parties who actively involve themselves in the domestic and political affairs.
Hold on, let me save it. So I can zoom it up. Hold up, I'm going to zoom it up for now. I'm going to pause it there, sir. And zoom it up. Zoom it up. Come on, to hear what she has about Andrew, you know. Boy, hey, Andrew wants to go around the world, go set up himself. Andrew wants to go around the world and go create big enemy against Jamaica. Hey, if something happen to Jamaica right now, the people them are going to suffer your fuck because of Andrew and the enemy when create. He go around the world, go create big enemy. You know, listen this here. Listen blood clot this here.
Governments and their political parties who actively involve themselves in the domestic and political affairs of member
I wrote a
states.
car for that sound some
The
people in this cell.
sister or brother parties cannot then expect that when we come together that we must hug up each other. When in the last election one you sent your missives, you sent your people from your party to openly campaign against another political party. I'm sorry I have to share this, but it hurt me a lot when I saw what transpired within the last set of elections in the CARICOM. So CARICOM governments, if we are to hug up each other and cooperate, it cannot be that last week you sent your person down to St. Vincent or to Jamaica or to wherever, or to Guyana. You sent your political persons, not technocrats. You sent them down to campaign. I don't think that is right.
Neither me.
Because today I will have to face you. We are not red and we are not yellow, we are not blue, we are not green. We are all CARICOM persons, and we must give that respect to every single one. And no leader here sitting would want another CARICOM head of state to send people to campaign in your domain. That should never happen.
Andrew wants to do that. Pussy clot. Hey, you see what you see dirty bumbo clot boy when the Jamaica people looking for Jamaica? Eh? Andrew for just walk around with a rubbish bag over and blood clot head.
Listen to it again, baby.
Oh no, listen again.
Right now,
Governments and their political parties
Right now in that carry coming on.
involve themselves in the domestic and political affairs
Listen to this.
of member states.
Dirty fucker.
Sister or brother parties.
In there right in front of him and I tell him on his face. Say my dog shit.
Each other. When in the last election one, you sent your missives, you sent your people from your party to openly campaign against another political party. I'm sorry I have to share this, but it hurt me a lot when I saw what transpired within the last set of elections.
Where liberate them there?
Governments,
Where they liberate them
we
there?
have to hug up each other and cooperate. It cannot be that last week you sent your person down to St. Vincent or to Jamaica or to wherever, or to Guyana. You sent your political persons, not technocrats. You sent them down to campaign. I don't think that is right, because today I will have to face you. We are not red and we are not yellow, we are not blue, we are not green. We are all CARICOM persons, and we must give that respect to every single one. And no leader here sitting would want another CARICOM head of state to send people to campaign in your domain. That should never happen.
You saw the blood clot big nose man bright.
Me say, every time he have the power,
me
he
say,
abuse it.
he abuse the power and get, but me want these Caribbean country leader, if we just join together and arrest him blood clot. We just come together and arrest him pussy hole, because I'm a thief, you know. Yeah, man, and if you know, do a run a survey in Jamaica, 99.9% of the people them want a pussy hole go to prison. Eh? A man is a disgrace on the earth. Anyway, I'm going to close off with Brown Man. I want to hear what Brown Man I say.
Joe, since you're having a birth rate problem, me help you solve a problem. Can some of my female labor right politician come? Let me breed them up for you. Yeah, man, because since you look for a call, I don't know why you never did make the appeal to some Jamaican woman, although Tufton did appeal to them already. Why you gonna all the way a foreign? So like you up to something already when them a Jamaica too poor. Well, female labor right politician them, they have money. You understand? So just some of them come. Can your wife come, Juliet? But then again, you think maybe she reach menopause. And you know, she too bossy, a man ruler. Some wouldn't want her, and plus she not really handsome. Yeah, so you can't keep her. Babsy, oh my lord. Man, not even when me and me rum. Me say, oh boy. Next, Dalrymple. Oh no. Oh no, Dalrymple. No sir, no sir. Not so handsome at all. Plus, she would fly past menopause long time. Who again? Cuthbert. Oh my, she too ghetto. She too ghetto and she's a bully. Man ruler. No sir, no sir, no sir. Plus, she's not too handsome really, you know. She not she can't go on, but so, you understand? Yeah, not so pleasing on the eye to me. She's seen better times. Yeah, man, and, when next one name, Venetia Phillips, what she look like again? I think she put on some weight. No, sir. She not really, she had too much bad man links. No, sir. You make man shoot me. Who again? Rhoda. Oh, well. When the Saints go marching in, carry her come, man. Carry her come, car. She no get none yet and she fruitful. You afraid to breed her, send her come. You whitening her for her. RJ Marks. Maybe she go through menopause already. Kind of look too brown. Kind of look too bossy. Kind of look too mysterious. No, sir. No, sir. Anne-Marie. She kind of look too brown again too, and plus she kind of look fool. So you pick me then now go come so brilliant academically. You understand? No, sir. Make Vaz keep her. Make Daryl keep her. Who again? Who again? Me no see no more. No, sir, me no see no more. Where that one name? Emily Shields or Emily Brooks? I wonder if she one of them. Yeah, maybe. Send her come. Come see a Gyara Ward the other day. Send her come. So maybe I'm going to do this. So anytime you're ready, man, send them come, let me twin them. You hear? Alright.
I'm going to close it off with that vibes, I swear. Yo, brown man not easy, you know, man. Brown man not easy at all. I say me can't find it more like brown man to close it off with, because brown man not easy at all. Huh? Alright. I'm going to call it this for tonight. Big up on the
Psalms 23 verse 5. Don't perish a table before me in the presence of my enemies. God not gonna make you win in front of the one of them.
And where they come from, send it back. Every evil arrow, anywhere he come from, send it back. If a China, if a Jamaica, if a Haiti, where he come from, we send it back. Reverse the curse, reverse the order, reverse the curse, reverse the order. Somebody say, reverse the curse, yeah. Reverse the order. Somebody reverse the curse. Reverse the order over Jamaica. Reverse the curse, mighty God. Reverse the order. If a king's house, if a garden host, if a the prime minister, if a the opposition, will be work out. No one like you fast asleep. We plan tell us say, rise and trim your life, yeah. Here's a message on your seal. Kill this man, oh Lord God. Hey, but you fast asleep.
Bad company, watch them. Bob Marley did sing a little song. How did they go again? Could you be loved and be loved? And then he have a little line there say, don't make them fool you. Don't make them try to school. Come on, watch them. Paul said they are bad company. Bad company. It's bad company. Watch them.
Time come. Some are got charged.